255. The nascent soul realm is the 10th realm of the Chi refinement warrior, and the golden core realm is the 9th realm. There was a clerical error previously, so I hereby explain. That night, Sun Jiaxu was supposed to invite a big shot from the southeast continent, but the young family head had a sudden idea and asked the Sun Mansion in the inner city to cancel this welcome banquet. Although it was very inappropriate, and the steward raised an objection for the first time, Sun Jiaxu did not explain anything. In the study, he had already cut off the connection between the old mansion and the Sun Mansion, and then went to the small ancestral hall at the back. The steward there was a little helpless. The nascent soul realm ancestor of the Sun family did not want to make things difficult for the Sun Mansion. The old man, who had not appeared in the Sun Mansion for 100 years, personally instructed the steward, and then the entire Sun Mansion was reassured. After bathing and changing clothes, Sun Jiaxu stood alone in the ancestral hall. After burning incense, he was silent as if he was reflecting on his mistakes. In addition to the memorial tablets in the ancestral hall, there were also portraits of the deceased family heads of the Sun family hanging on the wall. Most of them were in the inconspicuous attire of Sun Jiaxu now. The position of the family head of the Sun family was passed down from grandfather to grandson. After Sun Jiaxu's grandfather stepped down as the family head, he went to travel the central continent. Back then, Sun Jiaxu inherited such a big family business at a young age. Sun Jiaxu could be said to be aware of the hardships he had been through all these years. Sun Jiaxu looked at those portraits. Some people turned the tide when the family was in danger, some opened up a new business route, some made friends with cultivators in the upper 5 realms for the family, some lived a mediocre life and caused the Sun family to be unable to raise its head in Old Dragon City, some made mistakes in decision-making, causing the Sun family to constantly give up their territory in the outer city, and their ancestral family business was constantly being eroded and divided. Some went astray and concentrated on cultivation, and the family power fell into the hands of relatives. Sun Jiaxu wanted to know how his descendants would see him when he was hung on the wall in the future. Would he be the ancestor who raised his arms and worked hard to revive the family, the culprit who buried the root of the family's disaster, or a fool who missed a golden opportunity? Deep into the night, the nascent soul realm ancestor slowly walked into the ancestral hall. After a long silence, he finally said, "You can't do the same thing more than 3 times. It's already not easy for you to choose to trust that young man and bet on the 4th time. You lost on the 5th time, so there's no need to be so upset." The Golden Core Consecrator who has a chance of entering the nascent soul realm was actually willing to bet with you 4 times because he was inclined to stay in the Sun family's ancestral home and not be roped in by Ji Donghai. Sun Jiaxu didn't turn around. He was still staring at a portrait. He nodded and said, "I've already thought it through. I don't have much of a knot in my heart. Things didn't get any better or worse when it came to betting, and I could accept the results. Taking a step back, my Sun clan isn't so desperate as to lose a future nascent soul cultivator." The Sun clan's patriarch wanted to say something but hesitated. When it came to Sun Jiaxu's great Tao, even he could not casually ask. This was just like the 3 consecrators of the Sun family's ancestral home. No matter how good their personal relationship with Sun Jiaxu was, no matter how curious they were about that young man's cultivation, they would never take the initiative to ask. They would just take it as a joke and guess. Sun Jiaxu opened one of his palms. "I've only been doing business with Qin Pingan from the beginning to the end. It's not that I don't treat Lu Baqiao as a friend, but Qin Pingan is too strange. I couldn't help but take a big gamble on him. I have no choice. I'm a businessman and the head of the Sun clan. It's not good to know too much." Sun Jiaxu turned his head and raised his palm. When Qin Pingan defeated the Morning Sun Golden Dragon for the 2nd time, when the Fu clan didn't move, all my plans failed and I was harmed instead. Only then did I know that I was wrong to take advantage of a side door. As a result, I watched myself lose an old dragon city. Even a nascent soul realm ancestor who was known as an earth immortal couldn't see anything wrong with the young man's palm. But the old man was very sure that what Sun Jiaxu saw was the final truth. Sun Jiaxu's expression was sorrowful. If it was just losing Qin Pingan, a friend who wasn't a friend to begin with, and losing an old dragon city, Sun Jiaxu, could still bear it even if I lost my teeth and blood. If the money ran away, I could just earn it again. In terms of earning money, Sun Jiaxu, am not worse than anyone else. The old man could only remain silent and wait for him to continue. Sun Jiaxu retracted his palm and clenched his fist. He said with a trembling voice, "But after these twists and turns, I realized that my way of earning money was the unquestionable great Tao of the Shang clan. It was most compatible with the righteous and long-lasting teachings of the ancestors." But Qin Pingan, who I've only known for less than a month, confirmed that it was a side door. The Shang clan ancestors' last words were that money is like flowing water, it comes and goes quickly, and it's hard to rise and fall. Therefore, it's not acceptable. Sun Jiaxu turned his head, not letting the ancestor see his face. He lowered his head slightly, as if he didn't want the ancestor to see his expression. The nascent soul realm old man slowly walked to Sun Jiaxu's side. "Now that things have come to this, are you disheartened not going to do anything?" Sun Jiaxu put his hands by his mouth and sighed softly. The Fu family didn't do anything for some reason. Only I, Sun Jiaxu, am in a dilemma. The key is that I'm still not sure what kind of person Qin Pingan thinks I am, and what kind of person he is. This is the crux of the problem. The old man frowned. It's hard to say how Qin Pingan treats you. But you still haven't seen through his personality. Sun Jiaxu said helplessly, "Before, I thought that I already saw through it." So even if he knew the truth later, Qin Pingan wouldn't lose out on what the Sun family should have. At most, we'll be strangers in the future and never interact with each other. But now, it's hard to say. I'm not sure if Qin Pingan treats others and himself the same. The old man patted Sun Jiaxu's shoulder. "Jiaxu, you are smart and talented. Being the patriarch of the Sun family is not a problem. Even if you created such a mess, I still think so. Then today, I will not use my identity as an ancestor to criticize the patriarch of the Sun family, but as a senior, I will say a few words to a junior. Putting aside all the schemes, the honor and disgrace of the family, and the situation of the Aquarius continent, you are still Sun Jiaxu, Lu Baqiao's best friend. Qin Pingan is also a friend that Lu Baqiao introduced to you. Why don't you just treat him as a simple friend, and get along with him? Don't think about the family for now." Sun Jiaxu turned his head and asked suspiciously, "Is it possible?" The old man laughed. "Why don't you try, since things can't get any worse? And there are some things that you can't avoid even if you want to. In life, if you meet a hurdle, don't be afraid, you just have to work hard to get through it. Whether you can get through it or not, that's another matter. At least you tried. Like what you said, the Sun family can still take it." Sun Jiaxu was still hesitant. "Then let me try." The old man turned to look at the sky outside the ancestral hall. "Go. Don't forget, today is the day that the mountain sea turtle sets sail." Sun Jiaxu took a deep breath and turned to leave the ancestral hall. Although he had made up his mind, the young man's footsteps were not relaxed. This time, Jiaxu has truly lost miserably, and is afraid of losing. He lost 3 times in a row, lost Gu Yu's money, and missed out on a 100-year consecrator who had the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator. He lost to the unmoving Fu family, and finally lost his Tao heart, and his heart started to waver, which is the most fatal. If I were in his position, I would be even worse than him, my state of mind would have long crumbled, and I would not even have the chance to redeem myself. The old man no longer stared at Sun Jiashu's back view, and looked back at the portraits, and laughed. Having such a calamity is a good thing. It's better than causing a huge disaster in the future, and not being able to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. If things go too smoothly, you will always be proud of your intelligence and wisdom, and that will not be a long-term solution. What do all of you think? The portraits hanging on the wall rustled as if they were echoing the sentiment. In Talisman City, Song Jisun was always accompanied by the Linlu Academy's deputy headmaster. The deal between Old Dragon City and Dolly had been finalized long before Fu Nanhua entered the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven. Song Jisun's trip this time was just a symbolic appearance in public as Dolly's prince, Song Mu. All of this was the strategy of Dolly's imperial tutor, Cui Dong, and also the decree of the emperor. This time, Song Jisun went south from Longquan County's ferry to Old Dragon City. The emperor, who was recuperating in Dolly's capital, did not make any requests to Song Jisun, so when Song Jisun was on the ferry, he had some misconception that the maidservant, GQ, was the real backbone of this long trip. Longquan County, Old Dragon City. GQ, Wangshu Weizhu. Song Jisun knew that the clues he knew, and the hidden clues had been woven into a big net, which would eventually lead to a situation where one went south and the other went north. In addition, the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family was willing to take a big step back and ally with the Song clan, and the North Continent's Lord of Heaven, Xia Shi, in the middle of the Aquarius continent, had cut off Lakeview Academy's tight control over the northern region. Although the Academy's first move was thunderous and killed the signs of war among the dozens of countries in the central region, Song Jisun vaguely saw a path for the Dolly Iron Cavalry to advance with irresistible force, driving south, and riding on the coast of the South Sea. Song Jisun did not say anything about this. He just looked at it in his eyes and kept it in his mind. Although the situation in the Aquarius continent was beneficial to the Song clan, it did not mean that it was beneficial to Song Jisun. Not to mention that he had no interaction with the important officials in the imperial court and the country's pillars of merit. He had a twin brother in the Changchun Palace and a mother who was dead set on favoring him. When he went to the Changchun Palace, nominally, it was because he had been separated from his flesh and blood for many years, and after his son returned to the family, he should take the initiative to greet his mother. However, no matter how sad the mother appeared in the Changchun Palace, Song Jisun found it difficult to empathize with her. It was like watching a stranger in pain, and he had no compassion for her. Song Jisun was like a wooden man without emotions at that time. Other than squeezing out a few tears, he did not say anything else to the powerful woman who was banished to the cold palace. However, when she asked a question, Song Jisun answered. It did not seem like a reunion between mother and son, but more like a rigid monarch and minister meeting. Adding to the fact that his little brother was crying at the side, when they met, the mother and son trio must have felt awkward. Song Jisun walked alone in the courtyard of the Fu family. He said that he wanted to take a walk by himself, and the vice head of Linlu Academy did not follow him. Song Jisun met many handsome men and servant girls along the way. No one knew his identity, but Song Jisun had the old dragon cloud flipping pendant and the old dragon rain pendant on his waist, which allowed him to walk unimpeded in the Fu family. Today, GQ had run off to play again. Sword Immortal Su Ruo was also missing. This person was said to be a famous hero of the school of Mo in the Central Plains. Song Jisun had always wanted to befriend him, but he always felt that Su Ruo, who was always pleasant to everyone, was actually the hardest to talk to. It was hard for both sides to have a heart-to-heart. Maybe one day when he reached that position, it would be better. Song Jisun endured it to prevent it from backfiring. Along the way, Song Jisun admired the landscape gardens and pavilions that the Fu family had painstakingly built. The more he saw, the more bored he felt. In the past, when he wandered around the streets of the small town, whether he had the servant girl GQ or not, he did not feel that the scenery was so boring. Song Jisun thought of GQ, and the haze in his heart became thicker. He was afraid that one day, she would no longer be his servant girl, and when he turned around, he would no longer see her slender figure. Just like now. Song Jisun turned around, and in the empty corridor, there was only the untactful parrot in the cage speaking the human language. Song Jisun turned around and walked to the front of the birdcage. He knocked on the bamboo birdcage heavily with his finger. Shut up. The parrot imitated Song Jisun quickly and accurately. It replied to him with the Baoping continent's language. Shut up. Song Jisun raised his eyebrows and said, Song Mu is the boss. That multicolored parrot turned around silently and used its butt to face Song Jisun. Then, it said, your boss. Song Jisun was not angry. Instead, he laughed. His mood improved, and he left with a smile. The Fu family had a dragon platform. It was a forbidden place in Old Dragon City. It was not in Talisman City, but on the cliff by the sea at the easternmost part of Old Dragon City. The dragon platform was hundreds of feet tall and was the tallest building in Old Dragon City. However, it was empty. There was always a golden core chi refinement warrior cultivating here to prevent outsiders from entering. Today, Fu Li personally led a guest to the platform to view the scenery. Other than that, there was only his son, Fu Nanhua, accompanying him. There was no one else. And the strangest thing was that Fu Li stopped at the foot of the dragon platform, allowing the guest to ascend the platform alone. After the golden core chi refinement warrior respectfully greeted Fu Li, he took another look at Fu Nanhua before returning to the thatched cottage. He continued to comprehend the tides of the sea to train his soul. Fu Li said softly, Nanhua, you didn't choose to attack Chen Pingon previously. Did you think that someone as smart as Sun Jiaxu would do something smarter than you? Fu Nanhua answered honestly, other than that, I have been asking myself. If I were the city lord of Old Dragon City, how would I deal with this matter? Would I use public resources for private purposes, or? Fu Nanhua looked embarrassed and did not continue speaking. Fu Li praised, it seems that you really listened to what I said to you that day. The descendants of the Fu family cannot wait until the day you become the city lord before you start to act as the city lord. If you don't have this bit of foresight, even if you are the strongest person in the family, you only know how to fight and kill for your own selfish desires. Once you meet a true immortal of the upper 5 realms, not to mention the Fu family, what is the entire Old Dragon City? Fu Nanhua made up his mind and gritted his teeth. Father, but my cultivation level is low now. How can I rightfully inherit the position of the city lord in the future? Fu Li laughed involuntarily. How? Use money. Old Dragon City's Fu family has a lot of money, not to mention other things. How do you think I advanced from the Golden Core realm to the nascent Soul realm? The heavenly treasures I used were enough to buy the 300 miles of the Sun family street outside the city. After that, how did I advance step by step to the peak of the 10th realm? Other than being diligent in cultivation, most of it was done by using money. Otherwise, what do you think? Fu Nanhua was dumbfounded. It's that simple. Fu Li placed his hands behind his back and raised his head to look at the skinny figure that was ascending the stairs. He smiled and said, other than me thinking highly of you, her opinion, even if it is unintentional, is the most important. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the final decision. There are some people and matters in Old Dragon City's Fu family that you are currently unable to interact with. But in the future, you will understand more and more. The true scenery of the Aquarius continent will also appear in front of your eyes. Fu Nanhua's eyes burned with passion. Fu Li's smile was dark and gloomy. And then one day, you will realize that the surroundings are filled with the smell of blood. The outsider that was ascending the stairs was a young lady. When she walked up to the dragon ascension stage, her face was covered in blood, and tears of blood flowed down from her golden eyes. She stood alone, looking about her. The 9 continents, the 5 lakes and 4 seas, the mountains and the foot of the mountain were all graves, filled with enemies. On this day, Chen Pingan was still fishing as usual, and then he started to practice the sword furnace stance. When the sun rose, he once again opened his eyes and looked towards the sky in the east. But this time, Chen Pingan did not attract the golden qi to descend. But Chen Pingan smiled and stood up to wave his hands, as though he was greeting an acquaintance. Chen Pingan kept his fishing rod and fish basket, and returned to the Sun family's ancestral house. In the end, he saw Sun Jiaxu waiting for him by the riverside. He was waiting for Chen Pingan, but in truth, Chen Pingan was also waiting for him. Xing Dafeng had instigated him to remove the mask that was concealing his appearance in the small alleyways of the inner city, and after that, the Yin spirit had interfered with Xing Dafeng. The words that seemed to have nothing to do with the Sun family, Chen Pingan thought about it, and could taste the hidden killing intent. Disappointment. Of course there would be. Overflowing anger. Not really. Lu Baqiao must have introduced Sun Jiaxu to him out of good intentions. Therefore, whether or not he was willing to come to the Sun family's ancestral home was Chen Pingan's own choice. In the end, it was an instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. But looking back, this choice might not have been the worst, but it was also not the best. What was the purpose of the Fu family in Sun family's merchant path? Sun Jiaxu had actually revealed some of it in their chat. Chen Pingan's impression of Sun Jiaxu became blurry again, and his heart was filled with wariness and scrutiny. A person's nature was pure and simple, but it was not the same as being stupid. To be a truly good person, one had to know what a bad person was. If a good person could live well, that would be the greatest kindness to the world. Chen Pingan did not need books to tell him such simple things. Wasn't the chaos in the streets, the trivial matters of the neighbors, the scheming of the dragon kiln apprentices all talking about these things? Sun Jiaxu looked at the youth with a sword on his back who was getting closer and closer. He took a deep breath and did not say anything, only bowing and apologizing. Chen Pingan moved away, avoiding Sun Jiaxu's seemingly unprovoked apology. Sun Jiaxu stood up and did not mind. He smiled bitterly and said, "Chen Pingan, I've already arranged for the Fan family's Osmanthus Island ferry for you. My Sun family no longer has the face to invite you to board the mountain turtle." Chen Pingan asked, "Sun Jiaxu, why is that?" Sun Jiaxu hesitated for a moment, then squatted down and faced the river. He picked up the pebbles beside his feet and gently threw them into the water. "Previously, I wanted to seek riches in danger and obtain a large amount of wealth. I purposely hid the Fu family's control over Old Dragon City and only let you wear a face that was not enough to cover the whole truth. Then, when you walked out of the tall building that the Fu family was watching closely, I bet that the stubborn Fu Nanhua would not be able to take it lying down and would bring a lot of people to kill you. After that, I will risk half of the Sun family to protect you, Chen Pingan. After that, you will safely board the boat to the inverted hanging mountain and will feel that you owe me a big favor. I believe that sooner or later, the Sun family will repay me more than what we lose." Chen Pingan was still holding the fishing rod and the fish basket. He stood in the same place and asked a key question: "How can you be sure that you can protect my life?" Sun Jiaxu did not turn his head and pointed above his head. "There are some people and things that Fu Nanhua does not have the qualifications to know. But I, Sun Jiaxu, as the head of the Sun family, know. Old Dragon City's mayor, Fu Li, of course knows. In this dispute between the younger generation, as long as I put all of my family's assets on the line and show that I will not hesitate to destroy the Fu family, then Fu Li will fiercely beat the Sun family and at a certain point, he will take the initiative to stop." You, Chen Pingon, will naturally be scared but not in danger. You will not die, and I, Sun Jiaxu, will take the opportunity to become friends with you. It was only at this moment that Chen Pingon was filled with anger. His face was gloomy. He quietly circulated his qi and suppressed the anger in his heart. Sun Jiaxu threw out another stone. The Sun family has been flourishing in recent years. On the surface, they have the strength to compete with the Fu family, but I can see a little further. Other than the Fu family that wants to join the Dali dynasty, among the 5 major families, the Fan family is right behind the Fu family. The other 3 families also have their own supporters. There is the Lakeview Academy, the Immortal Mansion in the North Continent, and the top tycoons in the Southeast Continent. They all have their own backing and retreat routes. Only my Sun family has been indecisive because I also have my eyes on the Song clan, but I can't find a way. A few years ago, I sent a Golden Core realm expert to the capital of Dali. Not to mention Emperor Dali, even the vassal King Song Jianqiang's palace could not enter. The feeling of a businessman carrying a pig's head and not being able to find a temple is too despairing. Chen Pingon asked the second question. It is normal that you don't treat me, Chen Pingon, as a friend. Then what about Lu Baqiao? Sun Jiaxu had thought of thousands of words to say, but none of them could answer this question. Sun Jiaxu looked at the river with a bitter face. It directly pointed at one's heart. The old ancestor of the Sun family, who was secretly observing the conversation, was worried for Sun Jiaxu. Sun Jiaxu lowered his head slightly and held his cheeks with both hands. Since there was no good way to deal with it, this extremely smart businessman simply followed his heart and said to himself, "Of course I treat him as a friend. But maybe after this, I will only have you, Chen Pingon, as an enemy, and Lu Baqiao as a friend." Chen Pingon asked the third question. The reason you said this is because you don't dare to kill me. Are you afraid that one day, when someone returns to the world, they will trample the Sun family's ancestral house? Sun Jiaxu shook his head and said, I don't want to kill you. He turned his head and forced a smile. Chen Pingon, do you believe this sentence? Chen Pingon did not answer. Sun Jiaxu stood up, as if he had unloaded a 10,000 gene burden. He no longer looked so dispirited and finally recovered some of the Sun Jiaxu of Old Dragon City. What should be said, what should not be said, I have said it. In the future, no matter what you, Chen Pingon, do, I will not regret it. I, Sun Jiaxu, still have this bit of responsibility. Chen Pingon sighed. After taking my luggage, I will go to the dusty medicine shop in the inner city, and then take the Fan family's Asmanthus Island to Inverted Hanging Mountain. Sun Jiaxu nodded and said, okay. The two of them, one in front and one behind, silently walked back to the Sun family's ancestral house. Chen Pingon really did carry his bag and, relying on his memory, walked on the yellow dirt road. Sun Jiaxu ate breakfast alone, still pickled vegetables, porridge, and steamed buns. The old ancestor of the Sun family sat across from him. Just as he was about to speak, Sun Jiaxu said, I will explain the ins and outs of this matter to Lu Baqiao as soon as possible. The old man asked, are you afraid that Chen Pingon will be the first to report, and then it will be even more difficult? Or is it because your conscience is uneasy and you have to say it? Sun Jiaxu put down his chopsticks and thought carefully. He said honestly, it seems to be both. The old man probed, why didn't you go all the way and do something to the fairy on Peach Blossom Island? After Sun Jiaxu untied the knot in his heart, his spirit was much better. He smiled and shook his head. I can't use one mistake to cover another. I don't dare to take any chances anymore. After hearing this answer, the old man seemed more relieved than Sun Jiaxu. He smiled and said, then the Sun family didn't suffer this loss for nothing. Under the big picture, it's naturally best to be one step ahead, but it's also not easy to not make a big mistake. You already have a great cause, so you can't always think about putting all your eggs in one basket. You can't do that. Sun Jiashu smiled and said, having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. The old man stood up. Eat slowly and adjust your state of mind. Don't have too many emotional fluctuations in the near future. Sun Jiashu put down his chopsticks and stood up to send him off. When the old man left the room, he sat down again and continued to eat breakfast. The bitter taste was unbearable. As for Sun Jiashu, if he didn't deal with it properly, he would be forcefully stripped of his position as the patriarch of the Sun family. This point was well known to the old man and the young man sitting opposite each other, and neither side felt that there was anything wrong with it. After walking out of the Sun family's territory, they came to a bustling market. After asking for directions, they hired an ordinary carriage to drive to the inner city. This time, the cost was very normal. After all, they didn't have to travel 300 miles on the street with all kinds of birds and beasts and flood dragons. It was not a small cost to enter the inner city from the outer city. After sitting in the carriage, Chen Pingan was the one who showed the driver the way. This was because there was an extra-in spirit in the carriage. It was the one who appeared outside the dusty medicine shop. He said that his surname was Zhao, so Chen Pingan respectfully called him Mr. Zhao. Outside the alley, Chen Pingan paid the fare. Today, Chen Pingan wasn't under the locust tree. Instead, he sat behind the medicine shop's counter in a daze. When he saw Chen Pingan, he didn't find it strange. He told Chen Pingan that although the medicine shop was small, the back of the shop was very big. Chen Pingan lifted the curtain and found that the layout was actually similar to the Yang family's medicine shop. There was a large courtyard with green stone slabs at the back. Chen Pingan picked the room on the left. Chen Pingan put down the sword case and luggage in the room, only leaving the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. Jing Dafeng copied old Yang and sat under the eaves outside the main room. He bought an old tobacco pipe from an antique shop and sat on a bench to smoke. However, in Chen Pingan's eyes, the old man's tobacco pipe was as deep as an ancient well. Jing Dafeng's tobacco pipe was just comical. Chen Pingan sat at the door of his room and told him about taking the Osmanthus Island ferry. Jing Dafeng nodded and said that it was easy. He promised that he would treat Chen Pingan like his own ancestor. Then, the two fellows who didn't get along with each other didn't say anything. One of them smoked while the other drank. This made the heads behind the curtains feel very bored, and they quickly dispersed. Jing Dafeng smoked in boredom. He really didn't know why the old man liked it so much. It didn't have any taste at all. From time to time, he glanced at the dull teen. The moon waxed and waned, and its profits and losses were determined. Along with the fall of Pearl Grotto Heaven, this kid's luck wasn't too bad. Just the timing of Chen Pingan entering Old Dragon City, if not for the arrival of the Dolly Fairy and the Yunlin Jiang family, Fu Liang might not have been so easy to talk to. Chen Pingan, on the other hand, was thinking about how to get the 5 copper coins back. Jing Dafeng suddenly asked, "I'm just asking. If Mr. Qi had said that you, Chen Pingan, would never be able to reach the 4th realm in your lifetime, what would you have done?" Chen Pingan thought for a moment. "Then I would have accepted my fate." Jing Dafeng seemed a little surprised. Then, he rolled his eyes and felt even more bored. How could someone like that be his preacher? In this kind of thing, wasn't Chen Pingan the same as him? Jing Dafeng didn't want to give up. He asked, "What happened after you accepted your fate?" "This kind of thing didn't hurt or itch." Chen Pingan answered casually, "Of course I would continue to practice my fist. What else could I do? I needed to practice my fist to survive. Besides, practicing fist isn't just about breaking through realms. It can strengthen the body. Having more energy is always a good thing. Jing Dafeng narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile, then what if you accidentally reached the bottleneck of the third realm and saw the hope of reaching the fourth realm? What would you do? Chen Pingon turned his head to look at this man. He almost blurted out the catchphrase of the old sword saint from the Coming Nation. Don't you look like an idiot? Practicing fished was a good thing. Breaking through realms was even better. Since you've reached the bottleneck, of course you should think about how to break through. Jing Dafeng clicked his tongue and said, don't you remember Mr. Qi's conclusion that you can't reach the fourth realm? Chen Pingin's eyes widened. He felt that Jing Dafeng's brain must have been clamped by a door. How could a peak level 8 martial arts master be so baffled? Chen Pingon took a sip of wine. Mr. Qi is obviously very knowledgeable. However, Mr. Qi's original intention must be for my good. If breaking through is a bad thing, I'll endure it. If it's a good thing, but if Mr. Qi was wrong from the beginning, would I really not break through? At this point, Chen Pingon muttered in his heart, if that's the case, then Mr. Qi will be disappointed. Jing Dafeng's expression became more and more serious. He no longer cared about smoking his pipe. How could Mr. Qi be wrong? Chen Pingon said seriously, if I had the chance to stand in front of Mr. Qi and ask him if he would make a mistake, how do you think Mr. Qi would answer? Jing Dafeng looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was full of pain. He threw away his pipe and scratched his head with both hands. Jing Dafeng's eyes were red and bloodshot. He stared blankly at Chen Pingon and shouted, Chen Pingon. Does Mr. Qi have a message for you? Say it directly. If he does, I'll be willing to be your protector. 10 years, 100 years, it doesn't matter. Chen Pingon shook his head and said, no. Jing Dafeng stood up abruptly. Like an ant on a hot pan, he spun around in the courtyard. His footsteps were chaotic. He was worse than a level 3 martial artist. Chen Pingon muttered, don't tell me he's suffering from Qigong deviation. The yin spirit appeared beside him. He had already covered up the atmosphere of this small part of the courtyard. No sound or movement could pass through that curtain. Jing Dafeng ran around wildly. Mr. Qi, I've heard you preach many times. You must have told me something. It's just that I didn't understand it back then. Think carefully. Jing Dafeng, don't rush. Inside the small courtyard, strands of chaotic wind appeared on the ground. They condensed into solid blades. Fortunately, the yin spirit was carefully suppressing them from the side. Otherwise, they would have shattered the stone slabs and broken the pillars. Chen Pingon drank silently. He carefully observed Jing Dafeng and the strange scene. In the end, Jing Dafeng's face was covered in tears. He did not stop walking and only raised his head to look at Chen Pingon. Does Mr. Qi have something to teach you? Chen Pingon, hurry up and say it. No matter what it is, just say it. Whether it is the 3 immortal sages' way to immortality for scholars or the Qi family's way of conducting oneself in society, just say it. Chen Pingon held the blade-strengthening gourd and asked expressionlessly, why? Jing Dafeng was almost wailing. You're my preacher. Chen Pingon, you are Jing Dafeng's disciple. The yin spirit reminded him softly, Chen Pingon, things are not good. If Jing Dafeng continues like this, it's very likely that he will become a martial arts madman whose soul has separated from his body. Even if he wakes up, he won't be able to reach the peak state for the rest of his life. Also, I may not be able to suppress him. This medicine shop, along with this alley and the nearby streets, will probably be destroyed by Jing Dafeng. There will be countless casualties. Chen Pingin's state of mind was actually far from as calm as his expression. But what kind of preacher was this? And he, a guy who had just reached the 4th realm, was supposed to teach a great grandmaster at the peak of the 8th realm. Chen Pingon looked at the increasing number of astral winds in the courtyard. Many of them were like streams that converged into rivers, forming tornadoes that were 7 to 8 feet tall. Wherever they passed, the bluestone floor would shatter. Chen Pingon hurriedly controlled the 15 flying swords in the sword-strengthening gourd and took out the small bamboo scrolls that were filled with his teachings. He could only try his best and read out the contents of the scrolls to Jing Dafeng. However, Jing Dafeng only shook his head in pain and said that it was wrong. Jing Dafeng's feet were like a kite with a broken string. He was floating around like a kite with a broken string. Even though Chen Pingon tried his best to recall and recite the many beautiful poems and essays that Li Shixing had written on the walls of the bamboo house, Jing Dafeng still shook his head. At this moment, this martial artist of the distant travel realm could no longer utter half a word. He could only stagger in the air and punch out, trying his best to maintain the last trace of clarity in his mind. The 8th and 9th realms of the Martial Path mountain peak were much more majestic and dangerous than the 3rd and 4th realms and 6th realms. It was known as the Knocking Heart stage. As for the 9th realms, it was even more terrifying. It was known as the Heavenly Gate. One could only imagine how difficult it was to take that step. Jing Dafeng knew all of this. That was why he envied his senior brother Li Er, who was always muddle-headed. That was why he was jealous of Song Zhangqiang, who reached the 10th realm in one life and death battle. The number of times he was almost beaten to death by Li Er in private could not be counted with one hand. Why was it that a 40-year-old Song Zhangqiang could do it, but Jing Dafeng, who had climbed all the way to the 8th realm, couldn't? Why did the old man say that he had no hope of reaching the 9th realm in this lifetime? He was already unable to bear the burden in his heart, so how could he make it worse? Why was it that after flipping through the Pure Sincerity chapter, after seeing the preacher's 2 punches, after comprehending the meaning of pure sincerity, the bottleneck was still loosened and he couldn't cross it? The Yin master subconsciously clenched his fists and stared at Jing Dafeng, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The Yin master seemed to be hesitating whether to attack or not. However, he didn't dare to act rashly. If he stopped Jing Dafeng from going crazy, then Jing Dafeng's martial arts future would really be ruined. Jing Dafeng suddenly stopped and hovered in the air. He was covered in blood and his red face was blurry. There was no greater sorrow than despair. "Master, I can't do it. I really can't do it. I'm sorry." Looking at Jing Dafeng, who was covered in blood, Chen Pingon, who was already at his wit's end, couldn't help but think of a little girl who wore a red cotton jacket all year round. She was lively and innocent. He remembered Li Huai saying that the little girl would often ask questions that even her husband couldn't answer. Mr. Qi never felt that there was anything wrong with that. Chen Pingon seemed to have a telepathic connection. He whispered softly, "I don't have to be inferior to my master." It was a sentence as soft as a mosquito's whisper. However, to Jing Dafeng's ears, it sounded like waves crashing against Old Dragon City. Jing Dafeng lowered his head and looked at the old tobacco pipe in a daze. He vaguely remembered that the old man who was never willing to talk to him coldly every time he looked at him through the smoke. Every time this happened, the arrogant Jing Dafeng couldn't even muster up the courage to look him in the eye. Before today, Jing Dafeng had never felt that there was anything wrong with this. The world didn't know the old man's identity and background, but Jing Dafeng knew. The world didn't know the old man's great abilities, but he knew very well. The world didn't know the old man's glorious deeds, but Jing Dafeng knew. Since that was the case, how could he, Jing Dafeng, as a disciple and a martial artist of the 8th realm, be qualified to look the old man in the eye? Jing Dafeng raised his head and took a deep breath. He wiped the blood off his face and said softly, "So that's how it is." Jing Dafeng didn't speak boldly or laugh impudently. He only walked step by step towards the sky above the courtyard. He said to himself in his heart, Master, you're already very high up. It's okay. Disciple Jing Dafeng will come to see you step by step. On this day, someone ascended step by step. He broke through the sea of clouds and stepped on the high sea of clouds. That person ascended and looked even higher. In an old dragon city, the wind blew and the clouds flew. 256. Chen Pingan raised his head and looked at the sky. Jing Dafeng's breakthrough was so grand that it directly revealed the true form of the Fu family's cloud sea. However, in the end, the person slowly disappeared with the cloud sea. He could not help but ask worriedly, isn't it too grand? Yin Shen smiled, only if it's grand enough can it frighten the scoundrels and jackals. If Jing Dafeng was able to break through the bottleneck with just one sentence, the Yin deity would be happy to see it happen. If Jing Dafeng were to die here, the Divine Lord would be able to do business with others fairly. However, the Yin deities that came from the small temple would not receive such treatment. Once they spoiled the Lord God's plan and incurred his wrath, it would not be strange for him to kill them from thousands of miles away. Chen Pingan, who was always cautious, thought about this sentence seriously and felt that it made sense. However, this logic did not apply to him for the time being. It was fine. Just like the words carved on the small bamboo slips, he had to save them first. Skills would not be a burden in Jianghu. Chen Pingan asked curiously, will the whole city know about it? If Jing Dafeng wants to do something in the future, won't there be the eyes of the Fu family and the 5 families everywhere? Yin Shen glanced at the direction of the East Sea and shook his head. Fu Li has already taken action. Using this opportunity, Jing Dafeng will probably do a few business deals. When he returns from the Cloud Sea, he will definitely not be as grand as when he went up. Chen Pingan nodded and kept all the green bamboo slips into his fangsuan object. These bamboo slips were the ordinary green bamboo that was left behind when he made small bamboo boxes for Lin Shui and Li Huai. Most of them were the remnants of the bamboo house that Wei Pai gave him after he returned to Luopa Mountain. They were all the brave bamboos from Chituan Mountain that were moved out from the Green Immortal Mountain. After doing business at Qingfu Square at the ferry of Shu Shui country, Chen Pingan knew that the Green Immortal Mountain's divine cloud bamboo was priceless. He became more and more treasured it, so much so that he had to think about it a few times before deciding whether to carve it on the bamboo slips or not. Yin Shen suddenly asked, can you give me a small bamboo slip with the words gods and immortals are different, yin and yang are separated, the soul stabilizes the spirit molds the golden body? Chen Pingan shook his head and refused without hesitation, no. Do you think you are about Ping Li Huai and the others? I can give you whatever you want. Chen Pingan immediately, he thought of it. Whether it was old Yang's idea or not, it seemed that he should be grateful. Thinking this through, Chen, I'll give it to you. It's it. Just a bamboo slip, it. Just a bamboo slip. Just. Yin Shen did not understand why Chen Pingan changed his mind. Previously, he was in a hurry, so he spoke too straightforwardly. In fact, Yin Shen did not want to take advantage of him. He smiled and explained, I didn't finish my words just now. Actually, I want to buy that bamboo slip from you. How about 10 pieces of Guyu money? Chen Pingan had just taken out the bamboo slip from his fangsuan item. When he heard the words Guyu money, he felt his scalp tingle. He asked doubtfully, even if this bamboo slip is made from the Green Immortal Mountain's valiant bamboo, it's only this big. How can it be worth such a frightening price? Yin Shen smiled faintly, if you sold it to anyone else, it would at most cost a few pieces of Guyu money. But to me, this bamboo slip and this sentence is worth this price. Why? You think the price is too high. You don't want to sell it. You want to sell it at a cheaper price. Then it's only 1 piece of Guyu money. Chen Pingan stood up and handed over the bamboo slip. He smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao, keep it well." Yin Shen took the bamboo slip with one hand and stacked 10 pieces of Guyu money in the other. Chen Pingan took the handful of Guyu money that was full of spiritual energy. He looked at it hard and then quickly kept it in his Fangsuan item. Yin Shen joked, "You're not sure if it's real or fake. The cost of Guyu money is endless on the mountain." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I've never seen the real Guyu money. It's just that I trust Mr. Zhao." Chen Pingan stopped drinking and put away the sword-nurturing gourd that contained the 15 flying swords at his waist. Guyu money was equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver in the secular dynasty. One piece of Guyu money was equivalent to 100 pieces of Guyu money. One piece of Guyu money was equivalent to 10 pieces of Guyu money. This was the so-called 1,110 of the currency transactions on the mountain. As for the gold essence copper coins that were specially made for Li Zhu Grotto Heaven, they were even more precious than Guyu money. 10 pieces of Guyu money. At this moment, he finally felt like he had a lot of money. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, "Mr. Zhao, why don't I let you take a look at the bamboo slips and see if there's anything else you want to buy?" Yin Shen shook his head and smiled. "My wallet is empty. I can't afford it." The 10 pieces of Guyu money was actually all his savings from following Jing Dafeng to the south to Old Dragon City. The reason why he offered such a high price was to congratulate Jing Dafeng on his breakthrough. The more important thing was that his soul was shaken and he saw the prophecy. Heaven had its own will. Everyone in the world could choose not to believe it, but he could not. It was not that he was willing to take out 10 pieces of Guyu money in one go. He had no choice but to do so. The profound meaning behind it was mysterious. Perhaps only the Yin-Yang Qi refinement warriors could understand it. In the end, Chen Pingan said again, "It's all right. Mr. Zhao, which bamboo slip do you like? I'll give it to you." Yin Shen turned to look at this young man. He smiled and did not say anything else. He looked up at the sea of clouds again, feeling that it was a little interesting. Old Dragon City was really too big. Very few people would pay attention to the movements of a kite or a bird in the sky. Jing Dafeng ascended to the sky with the wind and then broke through the realm and caused a strange phenomenon in the sea of clouds. The commoners under the man's feet would not notice anything. However, almost all the Qi refinement warriors and grandmasters in the middle 5 realms could not help but look up to watch this scene. Especially the Fu family, who caused the biggest commotion. It was not the kind of deep water that said nothing. Chen Pingan suddenly felt a little envious of this youth. There was something on the youth at the gate that he had always wanted but could not get. Old elementary scholar Wen Xing was drunk and carried him on his back. He patted him on the shoulder and told him that young people should be able to carry tall grass, flying orioles, and willow trees on their shoulders. Don't think about family feuds, national hatred, or morals. The youth at the gate was just like that. Chen Pingan could not do that. Jing Dafeng seemed to sense Chen Pingan's strange mood. Although he did not know exactly what he was thinking, he thought for a while and threw the osmanthus wine back to the Fan family youth with a smile. The youth smiled brightly. "Sir Zhang, I only dare to drink one mouthful." Chen Pingan raised the blade-strengthening gourd high and smiled, saying, "Let's drink together." The youth was stunned and nodded vigorously. "Then I'll drink more in one mouthful." "Oh, right, my name is Fan Air." "It's not a nickname, it's Fan Air. Because I have an older sister, Fan Junmao, so I'm called Fan Air." "Well, actually, even without my sister, my parents still made me sad when they gave me such a name." "What about you? Can you say it?" The youth drank a big mouthful of wine. His face was red and he coughed. It seemed that because of this name, he was indeed sad. Chen Pingon drank the wine and smiled. My name is Chen Pingon. Pingan, as in Pingan. Because of the sea of clouds, outsiders could not see the appearance of the man above the sea of clouds. Most of the cultivators with high positions in the old Dragon City were just there to watch the show. They were guessing the real identity of the top powerhouse. Was it the Fu family's old ancestor who had a half-celestial weapon? Or was it the old ancestor of the Jiang family of Yunlin who was about to marry the first wife of the family in the old Dragon City? The old Dragon City was prosperous and was the best in the Aquarius continent. As an important transit hub that connected the three continents, it was a mixed bag of good and bad people. There were many rich people and also many gamblers. In private, there were competitions between friends and even bets from several big gambling houses. There were all kinds of bets. Some bet on this person's identity. Some bet on whether this person would be crippled by the Fu family. Some bet on this person's gender and even his surname. In the Fan family's mansion in the inner city, the current head of the family, a few old ancestors, and guests were all over 100 years old. At this moment, they were all standing side by side in the corridor of a tall building. Everyone was full of joy. They started with the figure above the sea of clouds ascending to the sky and began to calculate. Together with the previous information, they could deduce that it was Xing Dafeng from the dusty medicine shop. He had entered the 9th realm without any warning and became a peak realm great grandmaster. For the Fan family, this was great news. Moreover, Xing Dafeng would stay in the old Dragon City for the next few decades if nothing unexpected happened. The Fan family had an additional peak realm martial artist who had descended from the sky. The difference between the 8th and 9th realms was like the difference between clouds and mud. For a pure martial artist, there were 3 realms each, the body refining realm, the chi refining realm, and the spirit refining realm. The further one went, especially after the 7th realm, the gap between the 2 realms would become more and more like a chasm. Therefore, there was a saying in the martial Tao, when the higher realms fight the lower realms, killing them is just a matter of one punch. However, some people felt that the word kill should be changed to hurt, which would be more accurate. It was a little similar to the ranks of the national players in the chess world. They were also divided into 9 Dan, 9 strong and 9 weak. It was not impossible for a 7th or 8th Dan player to occasionally defeat a national player of the lower 9 Dan with an ingenious move, but it was still a special case and not common sense in the chess world. Speaking of which, the ranking of the chess players in the Aquarius continent, especially the 8th and 9th Dan, was usually determined by the chess players of a certain imperial court taking turns to play. Moreover, there was a great disparity in the chess skills of each chess player, and it was far from being comparable to the central continent. The Confucian Academy would personally let the chess gentleman come forward to check. A Jin Dan elder of the Fan family stroked his beard and laughed. Fan boy is really lucky to have such a teacher. Laughter rang out. All of a sudden, the sea of clouds above the old Dragon City surged and sank. Almost everyone was caught unprepared. They were in the sea of clouds and looked around blankly. Even their relatives, friends, and fellow Taoists felt a suffocating pressure. Be it Qi cultivators or pure martial artists, the circulation of their Qi activity more or less slowed down at this moment. However, in the blink of an eye, the world became clear again, and the clouds dissipated without a trace. Many of the Jindan cultivators who were dormant or worshipped in the old Dragon City felt especially heavy. He didn't care what these big shots were thinking. It shouldn't be a problem for him to choose the Fan family ferry to go to the upside-down mountain. In the future, whether the old Dragon City would be filled with immortals or demons was something they needed to consider. Chen Pingan only needed to wait patiently in the medicine shop for a few days. Then he would climb the Osmanthus Island, reach the upside-down mountain, go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, find Lady Ning, and give her the sword on his back. Jing Dafeng reached out and grabbed him. He smiled and said, "Young fanboy, you're back. Are you really going to help me ask for a congratulatory gift?" In truth, Jing Dafeng didn't care what the young man said when he got home. He really felt that it was a bit boring to be with Qin Pingan in the same courtyard. He might as well grab someone to relieve his boredom and save himself the trouble of staring at Qin Pingan. More importantly, he was a ninth realm martial artist, and it wasn't good for him to behave atrociously. In fact, deep down, he was a bit shaky. The young man, who was about to run out of the alley, was suddenly grabbed by the back of his collar. He stumbled back in fright, thinking he had run into an assassin. Then he heard Mr. Zhang's voice that seemed to resound in his heart. The young man chuckled and waved his hand to indicate to the Golden Core Realm Consecrator that there was no need to be nervous. The young man turned around and quickly ran back to the dust shop. He called out to a few women he was slightly familiar with a few times, then lifted the curtain and returned to the courtyard. Behind him was a burst of cheerful chatter. The young man liked this kind of atmosphere from the bottom of his heart. The fairies and heroines in the Fan family were, of course, more beautiful and celestial. But the young man knew early on that the smiles they showed when they saw him were different from those of the older sisters here. One was to the future head of the Fan family, and the other was to the young man who had popped out of nowhere. The young man didn't dislike the former, but he liked the latter. Qin Pingan brought a stool for the young man. The young man quickly took it and smiled. "Thank you." Qin Pingan smiled and shook his head. "You're welcome." Then the young man picked up the stool and looked at Jing Dafeng. "Sir, where should I sit?" Jing Dafeng waved his hand and joked, "Go sit by the bamboo curtain at the door and help keep watch." "All right." The young man happily ran to the door and sat upright. His back was straight, his eyes were looking at his nose, and his nose was looking at his heart. His hands were obediently placed on his knees. Although the young man tried his best to look dignified and solemn, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a smile. It was as clear as a flowing stream. There was a sound when he was happy, and there was also a sound when he was unhappy. It wasn't the kind of deep water where no words could be spoken. Qin Pingan suddenly felt a bit envious of this young man. There was something in the young man at the door that he had always wanted but couldn't get. When Scholar Wenxing was drunk, he was carried on Fan Xian's back. He patted Fan Xian's shoulder and said that the young man should carry the grass on his shoulders, and that he shouldn't think about family or national hatred or morality. The young man at the door was like that. Qin Pingan couldn't do it. Jing Dafeng seemed to sense Qin Pingan's strange mood. Although he didn't know exactly what he was thinking, he smiled and threw the wine back to the young man. The young man smiled brightly. "Mr. Zheng, I only dare to drink one sip." Qin Pingan raised the blade-strengthening gourd and laughed. "Let's drink together." The young man paused and nodded vigorously. "Then I'll drink a bit more." "Oh, right, my name is Fan Air, not a nickname, but Fan Air. I have an older sister called Fan Junmao, so I'm called Fan Air. Well, actually, whether my sister or not, my parents gave me this name. It makes me sad. What about you? Can I tell you?" The young man took a big gulp of wine. His face was red and he coughed. It seemed that he was really sad because of this name. When she saw Qin Pingan raise his head to take a few more glances, she explained, "Osmanthus flowers are called Gui vein because the veins of the leaves are similar to the Gui vein in the Confucian ritual vessels. Therefore, this courtyard is called Gui vein. Although this courtyard does not occupy a large area, it is the best place with the most abundant spiritual energy on Osmanthus Island." Qin Pingan felt that it was a waste of natural resources. He was not a qi cultivator. It was meaningless to have abundant spiritual energy. It was better to let others spend money to stay in such a blessed place. He asked tentatively, "Aunt Gue, I am a pure martial artist. It is too wasteful to let me stay here. Shall I change to another courtyard?" The woman smiled gently and said, "It is not a matter of money. Young Master Chin, you can rest assured and stay here. With the relationship between young master and my young master, even if this courtyard becomes young master's exclusive courtyard in the future and Osmanthus Island is no longer open to outsiders, I will not be surprised." These two sentences poked at Chin Pingan's heart. When he thought of Fan Air, Chin Pingan walked into this elegant and quiet Gue Vane courtyard with a clear conscience. There was already a beautiful young lady waiting in the courtyard. She was slender and elegant. Her temperament was cold and cheerless. Even if she was just standing there quietly, she was extremely charming. However, when she saw the woman and Chin Pingan, she immediately smiled at Chin Pingan and said sweetly, "Young Master Chin, my name is Jean Su." Jean as in golden, Su as in millet. Gu means osmanthus flower. In the future, I will take care of young master's meals and lodgings. The smile of the cold young lady had the charm of a flower blooming and killing 100 flowers. Chin Pingan was a little reserved. He subconsciously cupped his fists and returned the greeting. "I will have to trouble Miss Jean Su in the future." Then, he was a little disappointed. He took off the wine jug and quickly drank a mouthful of wine. The woman was good at reading people's expressions. She acutely sensed the slight change in the young man, but did not think too much about it. There were all kinds of things in the world. It was normal for the young man to have some worries. The woman took her leave. However, at the door, she saw an unexpected and even more unexpected acquaintance. It was the old Fan family coachman who had driven the two of them to Osmanthus Island. The woman smiled and asked, "Young Master Fan, do you have any instructions for me?" The old coachman seemed to be quite respectful to this Aunt Gue. He shook his head and smiled. "I have been entrusted by the family head to go to Inverted Hanging Mountain with young Master Chin. In the meantime, I am afraid I will have to stay in the Gue Vane courtyard." The surprise in Aunt Gue's eyes grew. She asked, "Do you need Jean Su to stay elsewhere?" The old coachman nodded. "It would be best if she could choose a courtyard closer to us. She can just send some food over every day." Was it tribute money? Winter jasmine money? Bet on winning money? Or all three? Chin Pingan did not say anything and directly put away 15 of them. In the end, there was only a jade tablet and a letter left. The jade tablet did not have any engravings or carvings. It was just a simple square jade tablet, but the texture was fine. It felt like the best silk in the world. At first glance, it was a very good old thing. As for how good it was, with Chin Pingan's current eyesight, he could not tell. Chin Pingan opened the envelope. The handwriting in the letter was indeed the same as the title of the sword technique proper. It must have been written by Jing Dafeng himself. The few things in the letter were concise and to the point. This sword technique was not high, but it was already the peak of martial arts. The sword techniques recorded were all moves that returned to the origin. It was very suitable for a one-track-minded person like Chin Pingan to study and cultivate. The 15 fine gold copper coins were to repay 5 chien. As for the jade tablet, Jing Dafeng only said 3 words in the letter, an object close at hand. Other than that, there was no introduction, origin, or how to use it. Not a word was mentioned. But even if it was just 3 words, it was enough. When the young Chui Dong traveled to the Great Sui Kingdom, this Dali imperial tutor carried it with him. It was also an object close at hand. At the end of the letter, Jing Dafeng said that Ma Ji would accompany him to test his sword. It was just a small bonus for the 3 transactions. It was to let Qin Pingan better adapt to the invisible pressure of the Great Wall of Sword Qi on a pure martial artist. Therefore, the Jindan sword cultivator Ma Ji would use his natal flying sword when the time came. It was not only to teach him sword techniques, but also to teach Qin Pingan how to fight against a fifth realm sword cultivator. When it came to this matter, Xing Dafeng was not stingy with his words. He even added a few words about how one could be a good man after suffering. But even if Qin Pingan only held the letter and looked at the words, he could imagine Xing Dafeng's sly smile when he wrote the letter. Qin Pingan knew very well that Xing Dafeng had heard about his third realm tempering, so he did not plan on letting him be comfortable in fourth realm. Xing Dafeng was probably secretly happy in the dusty medicine shop. Once he thought about how Qin Pingan would suffer on Osmanthus Island, he would definitely drink cold water as if it were wine. Otherwise, the old sword cultivator would not have let Qin Pingan finish touring Osmanthus Island today. Qin Pingan had no choice but to jump into the hole that Xing Dafeng had dug. He kept the sword manual and the jade tablet. An object close at hand could also be placed into a square-inch object. Qin Pingan thought of the divine grandeur sex He Xiaoliang for no reason. Her square-inch object was a dazzling collection of objects close at hand. It was bottomless, but there was a faint reflection of fire on the wall of the well. At the well of this active volcano, there was a burly man who was naked. He held his cheek with one hand and sat cross-legged on a dark reef. He was silent and deep in thought. Around him were rolling flames and magma. The heat waves were overwhelming, but the man was unaware. The man was born with polychoria. He frowned and muttered, "It's a little difficult to break through the threshold of the golden body realm. I have to blame myself for eating too many elixirs. 200 pounds. Or 300 pounds. Looks like when I reach the golden body realm, I can't stupidly eat that stuff like rice. Everything else aside, it's troublesome to have to poop every day. If word gets out, it'll really damage the reputation of a sixth realm martial artist." A swift and fierce flying sword silently pierced through the well. The burly man collapsed to the ground and slid into the sea of fire. The natal flying sword, which was the same size as the swordsman at the foot of the mountain, did not stop there. It flew around the walls of the well at the mouth of the volcano, causing countless rocks to fall into the sea of fire. If it were anywhere else in the North Continent, given the cultivation level of the flying sword's owner and the sharpness of the natal flying sword, it would probably have pierced through a mountain. But here, it was extremely difficult for the flying sword to cut through the walls of the well. A long-robed elder with a long sword on his back stood at the mouth of the volcano. After piercing the man with polychoria, the elder's thunderous voice resounded through the bottom of the well. "I've finally found you, you damned bastard. Don't pretend to be dead. I know your life is tough, but it's all right. You're the one who chose this place of death where you can't escape. If you're buried here without a corpse, your sins might be lessened." The elder stretched out 2 fingers and circled them behind his shoulder. He gently brushed the hilt of his sword. The sword left its scabbard and rushed into the clouds. Then, it plummeted rapidly from the mouth of the volcano to the sea of fire. When the sword plunged into the sea of fire and magma, there was a loud boom. Waves of flames that were dozens of feet high splashed up. In the sea of fire, a blurry figure could be vaguely seen swimming rapidly. The sword was like a harpoon, stabbing out rapidly again and again. At the foot of the volcano, there was a person slowly climbing up the mountain. There were old Taoists pasting talisman posters on the rocks. There were monks forming seals with their hands and gently patting the ground. There was someone holding a scroll that seemed to have no end. He pulled it all the way from the foot of the mountain, spreading it all over the ground. There was also a green-robed elder holding a brush. He was splashing ink on the ground, writing down the teachings of the scholarly sage. As the elder at the top of the mountain tried to kill the murderer with his 2 swords, he mocked himself, "I'm a dignified golden core sword cultivator. To think that I have to go through so much trouble to kill a martial artist of the pugilistic world who hasn't even reached the 7th level." The elder thought of all the tragedies. It wasn't just the calamity of his sect. There were also the countless people who died unjustly at the foot of the mountain. This golden core sword cultivator was furious. He said angrily, "A person like you who kills for fun deserves to die. 100 deaths won't be enough to atone for your sins." The 2 armies faced each other. The sound of drums shook the sky. In one of the armies, there was actually a man in embroidered clothes lying lazily on a platform that was temporarily built. He looked to be less than 30 years old. There were 2 outstanding beauties sitting at the 2 ends of the bed. One was massaging the young man's temples, while the other was bending over and gently tapping the man's calf. What was even more inconceivable was that behind the man, there was a commander's banner that was flapping in the wind. One of the beauties, who had the appearance of a maidservant, was carefully tapping the outer calf of the man in embroidered clothes. She glanced at the other woman and smiled charmingly. "Young master, I heard that in the enemy camp, there's an 8th level sword cultivator and a 9th level military cultivator helping to hold the line. It seems like our Gaoxiu's ex-husband really loves Gaoxiu. His anger for a beauty is truly moving. Young master, why don't you return Gaoxiu to her? Reuniting after a broken mirror is also a beautiful story. Anyway." At this point, the charmingly beautiful woman raised her hand and covered her mouth as she laughed. "Young master, you've already tasted our Gaoxiu pretty much. Moreover, she's petty and has never been willing to share the reign with her sisters. Wouldn't she spoil your fun? How can there be such a rude and unreasonable maidservant in the world?" The other beautiful woman, who was called Gaoxiu, turned a deaf ear to her words. She only used her thumbs to gently press against the man's temples, and gently massage them. The man in embroidered clothes squinted his eyes and laughed. "Gaoxiu is shy, young master's heart aches for her. As for you, you can take it. If young master's heart aches for you, blindly taking pity on you and not understanding the situation, won't you rebel?" The woman who was tapping his legs had a face full of lust. She raised her eyebrows at Gaoxiu. The latter was oblivious to the other party's provocation. The man in embroidered clothes gently lifted his leg. "Take off young master's boots." The woman's eyes immediately lit up. She knelt in front of the bed, her hands trembling as she took off the boots for the man in embroidered clothes. The man sat up and stretched. "Our Fuyao continent is only slightly bigger than the Aquarius continent. It's too boring." He was barefooted. He extended his hand into the woman's collar, and finally took out a golden ball that had the body temperature of a beauty. He pinched it lightly, and instantly donned a silver armor that was often mistaken as the armor of a military deity. The only difference was that the armor was filled with all sorts of scars, and at the chest area, there was a small hole that looked as though it had been pierced by a sword. The young man wearing the unknown armor slowly walked a few steps forward, and suddenly turned to the woman called Gaoxiu and laughed. "Your husband is not as good as me in everything, except for one thing. I will never be able to catch up to him, and that is his ability to tell jokes." He extended his arm and pointed to the enemy in the distance, his mouth curled up, and said to the woman, "For example, he invited a sword cultivator, and even a military deity. Your young master almost died from laughing at him." He wore golden battle armor and a helmet that hid his face. He held a talisman-covered spear that flowed with golden light. It was much longer than a normal spear. The mount was a dragon steed that was a descendant of a flood dragon. It was very mystical and rarely seen in the world. There was also a sheathless sword at the waist of this cavalry general. The sword had no edge and was covered in rust. There were 2 blurry ancient seal characters that were worn out. Before the horse entered the great hall, This general who had contributed to the destruction of the country suddenly raised his arm and pointed a finger at the sky. After the cavalry general made this action, he seemed to be waiting for heaven's response. However, he was calm and collected. After stopping for a moment, he lightly squeezed the horse's belly and continued forward. After the horse crossed the threshold of the great hall, the cavalry general's line of sight was the most precious dragon throne in the world. The general lowered his head and looked at the sheathless sword. I heard that the sheath was left in a small place like Aquarius continent. Should I get someone to retrieve it, or should I make a trip myself? The general took off his helmet, revealing a head of black hair that flowed down. It was her, not him. A female martial god. The fist technique that the youth before him was practicing was just a simple stance. He had already practiced it hundreds of thousands of times. In the evening, the Osmanthus Island ferry that was previously covered by the huge island slowly set sail. If someone was at the top of Old Dragon City and looked into the distance, they would be able to see the huge figure of the ferry. Of course, if one was on this isolated island, they would be able to see it clearly. For example, the head of the Sun family, Sun Jiashu. This time, when he left Old Dragon City, Sun Jiashu did not let his family's consecrators follow him. This was because he had an additional young sword cultivator from the Wind and Thunder Garden, Lu Baqiao. Lu Baqiao, who had rushed to Old Dragon City, was currently squatting on the railing of the island's viewing pavilion. He was looking at Osmanthus Island from afar. He looked slightly tired and desolate. He was tired because he had been riding his sword all the way to the south. It was inevitable that he was mentally and physically exhausted. The loneliness on his face was due to all sorts of feelings. It was as if a gush of depression had crawled up his throat. He wanted to spit it out but was afraid of hurting his friend. Sun Jiashu said softly, "Why don't you go to Osmanthus Island to explain?" Even if Lu Baqiao was an extremely talented sword cultivator, he had been in a hurry to leave the Wind and Thunder Garden. After riding his sword for such a long distance, his lips were still chapped. He stretched out his hand and wiped them. He shook his head and said, "I don't have the face to see Chen Pingan." Sun Jiashu leaned against the pavilion's pillar and sat beside Lu Baqiao. He smiled bitterly and said, "I've let you down this time. Chen Pingan is only my friend. It doesn't mean that he's your friend. I didn't think that Chen Pingan had so many secrets. Even you, Sun Jiashu, couldn't help but be tempted by wealth. Actually, in the end, it's my fault. I still underestimated my friend's ability. Sun Jiashu, don't feel more guilty because of what I said. There's no need, and you shouldn't be like this." Sun Jiashu put his arm on the railing and looked sideways. A cool breeze brushed past his face. The originally handsome man looked even more elegant and otherworldly. He said softly, "You're right, but things shouldn't have become so bad. You didn't scold me or beat me, and now you're trying to reason with me. You, Lu Baqiao, don't like to talk reason. I, Sun Jiashu, know this better than anyone. So why do I feel like you want to cut ties with me?" Lu Baqiao shook his head and said, "No. You're thinking too much." Lu Baqiao turned his head and smiled, "It's true." Sun Jiashu smiled and said, "You tricked me so miserably this time. Can it be considered that my heart is with the bright moon, but the bright moon illuminates the ditch? Is it because her taste is not as good as Mister's? Ha, no wonder Mister said no wonder Chen Pingan and I became good friends. No wonder, no wonder. So we are the first and second realm 3 martial artists in the world." Zheng Dafeng was annoyed. He pointed at the door with the bamboo curtain and scolded jokingly, "Scram, go sit over there." Fan Er hurriedly moved a small stool over there and sat obediently. It seemed that he had thought wrongly. He had only interacted with Qin Pingan for a few days. He was originally quite a clever child, but he had suddenly become so stupid. Jing Dafeng took a hard drag of his pipe. You can break through the Realm 3 soon. When you reach the Realm 4, I plan to help you fight for that slim chance. Although it is very slim, I, Jing Dafeng, am a Realm 9 martial artist. I am not too far off from Lier, Song Jianqiang. I don't believe that if I am serious for once, there will be anything that I cannot do. Fan Er said timidly, the strongest Realm 4. Jing Dafeng nodded. At least you didn't give your brain to that Qin guy. Jing Dafeng's face was serious, but he was secretly happy. While Qin Pingan had suffered greatly on Osmanthus Island and the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he also had to pass a huge hurdle that ordinary martial artists could not hope for but was extremely dangerous to him. In the end, even if he passed that hurdle and went through all kinds of hardships, the strongest Realm 4 was his friend Fan Er and not him. Wasn't this very interesting? Speaking of which, in this vast world, there were tens of thousands of proud sons of heaven walking on the martial path. Even Fan Er, whose talent was not extraordinary, could not beat him, so Qin Pingan did not need to fight for the strongest 4 realms. At this moment, after holding it in for a long time, Fan Er could not help but say, Mister, according to what you said, Qin Pingan is already at the Realm 4. If I secretly become this Realm 4, will I bump into him one day? Mister, actually, when I started practicing martial arts, it was because I did not have the talent of a Qi refinement warrior. Therefore, I wanted to reach the very, very high Realm 8 and be able to travel with the wind like a Qi refinement warrior. I don't have much confidence in the strongest Realm 4, and I don't really want it either. At the end of his words, the young man lowered his head, not daring to look at Jing Dafeng. Jing Dafeng's hot-bloodedness and ambition were doused with cold water just like that. Fortunately, Jing Dafeng's mental fortitude was far beyond that of ordinary people. Otherwise, he would not have reached the realm he had today. He just took it as a spontaneous idea and another boring thing to do. Jing Dafeng smiled. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. Wait until you reach the Realm 4. If you change your mind then, you can tell me. Fan Er smiled and said, okay. Jing Dafeng waved his hand. Get lost quickly. You have no ambition at all. Just looking at you makes me annoyed. The young man got up and put the stool back in its original position. When he walked to the door with the bamboo curtain, he turned and laughed. Isn't it because you like to enjoy life, mister? Jing Dafeng rolled his eyes. The young man passed by the medicine shop in front of him that was deserted. The young man greeted the women and girls who said their goodbyes one by one. After stepping out of the dusty medicine shop, Fan Er looked up at the sky. He did not know when his sister would return home. If she accidentally found a brother-in-law she did not like on this trip to the north to Dolly, he would have a headache. Hello sister, hello parents, hello ancestors, hello guest elders, hello Mr. Zheng, hello friend Qin Pingan whom he had just met, hello. Only his brother-in-law was not nice. How awkward would that be? The young man shook his head and walked alone in the alley. He had white hair and a youthful face, and he was the most eye-catching. He wore a thick black robe that was as clean as ink. It must be a superior magic robe. The old man's personal bodyguard was a young man with ordinary looks and very light eyebrows. However, he had a pair of extremely long and narrow eyes. When he narrowed his eyes to look at people, even Jean Su, who was in the abode realm, would have goosebumps. She didn't dare to look him in the eyes. Aunt Guo smiled and asked, May I know what is the matter for you to specifically look for me? The young man narrowed his eyes and stared at the woman in front of him. His words were not polite. You are Madame Guo. Aunt Guo's expression was indifferent. Yes. The man's eyes became hot. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Beihai, and I come from the Jade Gui sect. Currently, our sect just happens to lack a cross-continent ferry. I wonder if Madame Gui is interested in joining the Jade Gui sect. Aunt Gui didn't say anything. The man laughed out loud. All of the Fan family's losses and all of the Osmanthus Island's income, calculated over 100 years, I will naturally compensate the Fan family, not a single copper coin less. I believe the Fan family won't refuse my proposal. Madame Gui, what do you think? The eastern Aquarius continent was the smallest among the 9 great continents. The neighboring Bronze Leaf continent in the southeast wasn't small at all. It was much larger than the Fuyao continent. Moreover, the Bronze Leaf continent had the most blessed lands among the 9 great continents. In particular, there were 2 blessed lands that were of extremely high quality. They were so good that many cultivators from the Dancing Leaf continent and the Jade Gui sect would travel thousands of li to the Bronze Leaf continent, each with their own needs. In the end, these cultivators who landed in the blessed lands with the identity of fallen immortals would benefit far more than many blessed lands. On the Bronze Leaf continent, the Bronze Leaf sect and the Jade Gui sect were located in the north and the south respectively. Fong. The young man from the Bronze Leaf continent who had helped the Ding family escape a calamity was from the Bronze Leaf sect. For a sect to be able to take the name of a continent and stand tall for several thousand years without collapsing was in itself the best way to display its power. This point was similar to how the Bronze Leaf continent in the northeast dared to steal the name North from the pure snow continent and call itself the North Bronze Leaf continent. A woman in palace attire laughed. Young Master Jiang, you've always lived in seclusion in the sect. Our Jade Gui sect isn't like the Bronze Leaf sect, which likes to show off. We've always been kind to others. Presumably, Madame Gui has heard too little. Aunt Gui shook her head. I've heard of the Jade Gui sect like thunder. 261. Xing Dafeng looked up at the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City and suddenly said, "Why isn't she wearing a skirt?" The Yin spirit from the small temple slowly appeared in the courtyard, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xing Dafeng retracted his gaze and asked with a smile, "Old Zhao, will you not answer whatever I ask?" The Yin spirit shook his head. "I don't know more about Fan Junmao than you do. However, I heard a fallen sword immortal in the small temple talk about a rumor that might not be true." Xing Dafeng was interested. "Tell me about it." "Anyway, we have nothing to do all day," the Yin spirit sneered. "It's you who has nothing to do, and I'm very busy." "It's not like fighting and killing." "That's not right. You are actually very busy every day. You are busy talking dirty with a bunch of common girls. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. You should go to Lakeview Academy." Xing Dafeng smiled. "Old Zhao, don't say such hurtful things. It's fate that we can work together." The Yin spirit retorted, "It's just an ill-fated relationship." Xing Dafeng shook his head and pointed at Yunhai. "She and I have an ill-fated relationship. We have a good relationship." Previously, when Fan Junmao entered the dusty medicine shop, the Yin spirit automatically left. This was both etiquette and a rule. Therefore, he did not hear the conversation between the two. However, he could see that they parted on bad terms. Moreover, the eldest daughter of the Fan family had advanced by leaps and bounds. From the cave realm when Fan and Jing first met, to the Golden Elixir realm when they returned to the Old Dragon City after a round trip to the Li dynasty, she was already in the Golden Elixir realm when she stood in front of the medicine shop in the alley. This kind of speed of advancement could no longer be explained by a cultivation genius. It was too shocking. Yin Master Zhao couldn't help but think of a girl who grew up in the cave heaven of Lizhu. All the enviable talents of cultivation on the mountain could not be compared to the 4 words, born with knowledge. shocked by the heavens. The Yin's spirit sighed in his heart. Fortunately, there were only a few people like her in the entire world. Jing Dafeng reminded him, "Hey, old Zhao, wake up. Don't be in a daze. Continue talking about the foreign sword immortal who died miserably in the Pearl Cave Heaven. What did he say about the Fu family semi-immortal weapon, Yunhai?" Yin Shen said, "I don't want to talk about it. I still have things to do." Just like that, it disappeared. Jing Dafeng was dumbfounded, and then he said angrily, "Damn you. To think that I thought so highly of Zhao Yao, who shares the same surname as you." The bamboo curtain was lifted, revealing a young and beautiful girl's face. It was the little girl who liked to sit beside Jing Dafeng and eat melon seeds. She smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, do you want to recognize me as an elder?" Jing Dafeng put away his pipe and rubbed his hands as he ran towards the girl. "Why are you acting like an elder? You seem so distant." The girl blinked. "If we're still distant even though we're relatives, then what do we have to do to not be distant?" Jing Dafeng pretended to put his arm around the girl's shoulders, but the girl bent down and took 2 steps back. She smiled and said, "What? You want to marry me?" Jing Dafeng resentfully retracted his hand. Brother and sister, brother and sister. Husband and wife should treat each other with respect, and also be distant. The man leaned over the counter and looked at the beautiful women in the shop. "Spring is full of beauties." The man suddenly laughed. Giving a child 1,000 gold coins is not as good as teaching a child a skill. Teaching a child a skill is not as good as giving him a good name. Sisters, have you heard of this saying before? Only the girl whose book Jing Dafeng had stolen could read, but she didn't like to talk to him. After that, the shopkeeper shamelessly borrowed the book and did not intend to return it. As a shopkeeper of a medicine shop, he was shameless enough to cheat the shop assistant of a few dozen copper coins. Later, the man simply said that he had lost it. She was so angry that she picked up the broom and beat him. The man could only say that the money for the book would be included in the next month's salary. It would be 100 copper coins. Only then did the girl give up. In any case, she had already read the book, and it was useless to leave it at home. If her parents, who had always been partial to her younger brother, found out, they might scold her for being a wastrel. Seeing that no one responded, the man could only use his trump card. "Do you all want to know the name of the boy from the Fan family who often comes to our medicine shop?" All the girls looked at the man. Jing Dafeng gloated. "Fan Air, 2 as in 1, 2, 3. This is a good name. Doesn't it match the youth's appearance?" No one was willing to believe it. They just thought that the shopkeeper was purposely teasing them. Jing Dafeng didn't talk about Fan Air anymore. He said to himself, "The fan boy is learning martial arts, and in the future, he will inherit the family business as a bastard." As for his sister, this girl's name is not bad. Her roots are deep, and her branches are lush. The Fan family is a bit particular. Jing Dafeng put his cheek on the table and looked at the alley outside the medicine shop. A storm was coming. The Jiang family's legitimate daughter would marry into the Fu family of Old Dragon City. The size of the dowry would definitely be unimaginable. He just didn't know what name the Fu family would use to start this bloody storm. In the end, one family would dominate Old Dragon City. It could also be 2 families. Jing Dafeng smiled. What did this foul atmosphere have to do with him? He glanced at a woman. Should he spend some money out of his own pocket to buy some expensive and close-fitting clothes? Give them to wear. On a hot summer day, if she sweated a little, her curves would be even more exposed, making her look even more exquisite. Jing Dafeng chuckled and wiped away his saliva. This was the life of an immortal. The divine general of Tianmen who was nailed to a pillar with a sword, the shining frost armor, Fan Junmao who could see through the secrets of the heavens. It would not be too late to talk about it when the time came. A wisp of sword chi from a golden core sword cultivator that contained the true meaning of the way of the sword attacked the soul of a Realm 4 martial practitioner at lightning speed without any warning. Even though Ma Ji knew that Chen Pingan's foundation of Realm 3 was very good, he still felt it was inconceivable. At the very least, he should have staggered a little. Chen Pingan mistakenly thought that this old immortal who was almost 300 years old had been too merciful in this sneak attack. He smiled. Mr. Ma, it's fine. I have previously tempered my soul in Realm 3 and suffered a lot. I can still bear the pain. As long as the sword energy does not harm the foundation of martial arts, Mr. Ma can attack as you wish. Be careful. Ma Ji nodded. After some thought, he extended a hand and twisted 3 wisps of sword energy from the life-bonded flying sword's cool shade with his 2 fingers. He twisted them into 3 pearl-sized balls that glowed with a cold green light, as if they were made from the shade of a cool tree. The old sword cultivator bent his finger and quickly flicked it 3 times. The 3 cool shade sword chi beads condensed from sword energy gave off a faint tinkling sound as they swept into Chen Pingan's body. They were targeted at the 3 souls of fetal light, Shuangling and Yu Jing. Chen Pingan was prepared this time. He stood in a sword furnace stance. Outside his mind's door, there seemed to be a visitor knocking on it 3 times. It was as if a sharp weapon pierced the door. It was bone-chilling and nailed into the soul, making one involuntarily shiver. Chen Pingan's expression did not change. He had his own way of dealing with it. The pure Jinchi of the martial artist that was like a fire dragon quickly swam over from elsewhere and instantly smoothed out the 3 holes formed by the cold sword energy. Chen Pingan said, Mr. Ma, let's do it again. The old sword cultivator's expression was calm, but he was already muttering in his heart. He did not speak. He put 2 fingers together and gently swiped across his life-bonded flying sword. This time, it was not the work of an immortal, but an entire strand of sword energy from the cool shade. It was not in a hurry to sweep towards Chen Pingan. Instead, it floated slightly, overflowing with coldness. It caused the already cool Gue Pulse courtyard to turn from midsummer back to the cold spring season. The strand of sword energy was ready to be unleashed between the 2. Ma Ji slowly said, fetal light is born from a person's life-bonded primordial spirit. The life-bonded flying swords of the world's sword cultivators mostly use this as a Xiantian sword furnace. After the sword is formed, it is used as a scabbard. It is also where the sword is nurtured. The 3 souls in a person's body are erratic. Snakes have their own paths, and rats have their own paths. The 3 souls are no exception. They each have their own path. Earlier, when I used the sword chi beads to knock on your heart, they were just 3 small appetizers. Now, it's the main course. I'll slightly increase my strength, and the amount of sword chi contained in them will be much heavier. Chen Pingan, take this. Chen Pingan nodded subconsciously. Just as Chen Pingan made this slight movement, the old man's mouth twitched. The sword energy had already penetrated into Chen Pingan's body like a hot knife through butter. He smiled and said, in the future, when you confront a sword cultivator in a battle of life and death, don't multitask like this. Pure martial artists were originally the most extreme group of people in the world. They refined their body, chi, and spirit from the outside to the inside, progressing step by step. Furthermore, they could continuously nourish the body. Hence, the strength of the body was naturally more outstanding than that of a chi cultivator. At the end of the day, in the eyes of the cultivators on the mountain, what they pursued was not the great Tao, but themselves. In fact, the lifespan of a martial artist was short. 300 years old could be said to be at the peak of perfection. It was far from being comparable to a chi cultivator. Compared to a chi cultivator who cultivated both internal and external, a pure martial artist's body was too heavy and would instead become a burden. Moreover, the Tao of martial arts was too low. A martial artist was too stubborn. When it came to tempering the soul, he actually relied on his own strength and that breath of pure vital chi to support himself. To put it nicely, he did not borrow strength from heaven and earth. Unlike a chi cultivator who built a longevity bridge, it was like connecting the two grotto heavens. Using the abundant spirit energy of the grotto heavens of heaven and earth to temper the soul of the small grotto heavens, it was naturally easier for him to live longer. At this moment, Chen Pingan felt a cramp in his soul. It was the kind of cramping that he had done himself. It was a pity that Chen Pingan's sword furnace was still as immovable as a mountain. Ma Ji raised his eyebrows. Although he had held back a lot of his strength, the vision of a golden core was there. In Ma Ji's eyes, the top flaw of a level 4 martial artist was as big as a dustpan, leaking everywhere. Hence, Chen Pingan's nod was an opportunity. However, Ma Ji had already overestimated the foundation of the young man with a sword on his back. It was still not enough, far from enough. Chen Pingan's body was beaten up in Luopa Mountain's bamboo house. What he enjoyed was the deity drumming style of the level 10 martial artist surnamed Shui. What he suffered was the steaming cloud swamp style and the iron horse chisel formation style. These were the essence of the martial arts that the old man had learned in his life. It was a style that he was still proud of after reaching the peak of level 10. At that time, in order to endure more deity drumming style, Chen Pingan's every breath and exhalation, as well as the 18 halts of sword chi, had already become a part of nature. After that, there was the pain of having his tendons pulled and his skin peeled off, as well as the countless times of piercing pain. Although it was still far from the flawless golden body of a martial artist at the peak of the 7th realm, Ma Ji's tiny sword chi really couldn't catch Chen Pingan's flaw unless it was forcefully broken. The 3 strongest realms in the world were of great importance. However, the barefoot elder who imparted the fist art did not care to mention it. Ma Ji felt a little competitive. He pulled out 3 wisps of sword chi from his intrinsic flying sword and sent them into his body. This time, he did not believe that Chen Pingan's 3 soul paths were truly invulnerable. Chen Pingan only remained motionless. He wanted to say something but stopped. This time, he did not dare ask Old Sword Immortal Ma to increase his strength. He felt that it would embarrass the old man and it was not appropriate. However, although the 3 wisps of sword chi were fierce and gloomy, like cattle plowing the fields, they forcefully plowed 3 ravines on the 3 illusory post-house paths in his body with the sword chi. It was as if there were 3 winter streams flowing through his heart, chilling his heart. However, this kind of suffering was only an appetizer for Chen Pingan when he was in the bamboo house. Ma Ji also sensed that something was amiss. He had no choice but to raise the height of Chen Pingan's 4 realms. He shot a glance at the trembling flying sword cool shade in front of him and took a deep breath. Chen Pingan, I'm going to use cool shade to forcefully transform into the void and squeeze it into your soul. You have to be mentally prepared for the heart-wrenching pain. If you can't withstand it, you have to take the initiative to speak. This is because although cool shade is my intrinsic flying sword and is connected to my mind, it is still like trespassing into another's blessed land. It will be obscured by your soul and will affect my connection with cool shade to a large extent. When killing an enemy, I can ignore it as long as it turns the world upside down. However, between you and me, it's a different matter. So don't try to be brave. Chen Pingan removed the sword furnace stance and took a step back. He assumed an ancient boxing stance. One hand was clenched and pressed against his chest, while the other was above his head. If he raised his leg, it was actually a bit like the Heavenly King stance in Buddhist temples. It was just that the form was similar, but the true meaning was very different. This fish was the great steaming cloud swamp stance that had twice repelled the golden cloud sea flood dragon in the Sun clan's ancestral home. When Chen Pingon changed from the sword furnace stance of the mountain quaking fish to this fish stance, his aura completely changed. He was no longer the sunny youth in Ma Ji's eyes who chatted and laughed with the youth fan air. He was no longer the calm youth who walked and set his stance. He was like a martial grandmaster who already stood at the peak of the mountains. This fish was about to be thrown out. It was just a fish stance. What great boldness! If the realm's 7 martial grandmasters of Old Dragon City, or the realm 8 martial grandmaster who had been in seclusion for many years, had such an astonishing aura, and had been tempered for decades or even centuries, and had experienced peak battles where one could live or die with the other, it would be one thing. But how old was this youth in front of him? Ma Ji didn't even know how many times he had been shocked today. Chen Pingon's mind was already completely immersed. There was no longer any flying sword shade in front of him, no longer any Jin Dan sword cultivator. There was only the barefoot old man's tyrannical laughter in the bamboo house, his heroic spirit unrestrained. He beat him again and again until he wished he was dead, cursing him as a cowardly little girl. Some of the old man's words were not directed at him, Chen Pingon, but at the entire world. When this fist was thrown out, he wanted to beat the deity who had sent down the heavenly might back to the heavenly court. He wanted to fight until there was a difference between the heavens and the earth. His fist would support the heavens and the earth. Chen Pingon blurted out, "Please use your sword." Hearing such slightly provocative words from a junior youth, the old sword cultivator didn't have the slightest expression of displeasure. With a thought, the flying sword shade turned from solid to illusory. It charged like a cavalry, opening up new territory for the sovereign. Chen Pingon's face was slightly pale. He clenched his fists and moved his fist stance slightly. He only stomped his foot heavily. The ground of the small courtyard trembled slightly. A towering mountain of fist intent spread underground like the roots of a mountain. Ma Ji frowned slightly as he faced the youth in front of him. The old man slashed down with 2 fingers, like a warrior using a sword to split open the enemy's stomach. Chen Pingon widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. His cheeks puffed up as he changed his fish stance again. It was still the great steaming cloud lake, but it began to shrink, closing the distance between his fists. At the same time, all the fist intent that flowed outside his body rapidly returned to his body. It was like 2 palms were suddenly pressed together to swat a fly. It's not wise to be so careless. Ma Ji sneered. He pressed his 2 fingers together and raised them up, secretly increasing the weight of his intrinsic flying sword intent. Chen Pingon's shoulders shook slightly as he suddenly punched out. His fist intent surged and rushed into the sky. It hit the ancestral osmanthus tree shade that covered the atmosphere of the small courtyard. It was like a water curtain that covered the sky above the osmanthus tree. After being smashed by the aura chi of the fist, it rippled, causing the scenery outside the small courtyard to become blurry. The old man thought angrily in his heart, "I don't believe that a golden core sword cultivator can't teach a puny martial artist of the 4th realm a lesson." The old man took a step back solemnly. With one hand behind his back and the other forming a sword technique, he said sternly, "Chen Pingon, the true test of the sword has officially begun. The flying sword's cool shade will alternate between illusion and reality. It will temper your body and spirit. Fight your enemy with all your heart." The youth's eyes were resolute. He did not speak at all. He only retracted his ancient fish stance and slowly slid backwards. It was really smooth and pleasing to the eye. The sword cultivators of the world had a myriad of sword intents. They were all different. The sword intent that Ma Ji, a golden core sword cultivator, comprehended was his intrinsic cool shade. When his sword was born, he wished that there would be no more scorching heat in the world. Wherever the flying sword passed, it would become a cool and refreshing scenic spot. In a normal courtyard not too far away from the Gue family courtyard, Jean Su, the osmanthus flower girl, was eating a piece of melon. There was a natural spring on the island, and the melons were the most delicious when chilled. Jean Su's teacher, Aunt Gue, had long since lost interest in the delicacies of the world. She looked at her proud disciple's cold and beautiful face. Even at that moment, when she ate normally, she revealed a natural and elegant bearing. She thought to herself, it's no wonder that Sun Jiaxu and Fu Nanhua, the two most outstanding young talents in Old Dragon City, were so attracted to the same girl. Whether Sun Jiaxu liked Jean Su or not, of course he did. However, the woman did not want to reveal the secret, because she did not think that Jean Su and Sun Jiaxu could become a perfect couple. As the candidate for Jean Su's husband, in the woman's heart, Sun Jiaxu, who was brimming with talent and had already reached the peak, was the worst. Fu Nanhua was slightly better, and the best was still Fan Air. It was a pity that the love between men and women in the world was never based on whether the man was good or bad or whether they were suitable for each other. "262. The ferocious sword came from the land to Osmanthus Island in the middle of the sea. Another sword followed closely behind, breaking through the sky from Old Dragon City's Cloud Sea Peak. The power of the two swords was earth-shattering. On the sea surface between Old Dragon City and Osmanthus Island, two ravines were carved out by the sword chi in the sky. When Chen Pingan closed his eyes to comprehend the sword intent, the old Jindan sword cultivator had already snapped out of his daze. The reason why he did not try to grasp the sword intent that flashed past like Chen Pingan and try to use other people's knowledge to improve his own was not because the old sword cultivator's experience was not as good as a realm for martial artists. It was because the old man knew that after his sword intent was formed, if a bystander were to recklessly draw upon the will, spirit, and spirit of other sword immortal swords, it would be easy for it to contradict itself and cause his own pure sword intent to become impure. However, if the two sword intents were roughly similar, it was naturally a good thing. Ma Ji's intrinsic flying sword intent was rooted in the shade of a tree. Therefore, its sword intent was close to spring, snow, spring, and so on, but far from fire, heat, and furnace. It was very different from the two swords of Cloud Sea Peak which were derived from the true meaning of the battlefield. Therefore, the old sword cultivator did not follow any clues to pluck the sword intents of the two swords for his own use. On the contrary, some junior sword cultivators who had just entered the middle 5 realms had yet to stabilize their sword intent. Even if the two sword intents were polar opposites, they would still benefit from it. Chen Pingan stood on the spot and subconsciously assumed the sword furnace stance. Ma Ji was experienced and ruthless. Naturally, he would not disturb the youth's small opportunity. He even deliberately raised his hand and flicked his sleeve. Not only did he disperse the shade of the ancestral tree, he even took the initiative to grab some fleeting sword chi and let it seep into the small courtyard of the Gue lineage, allowing Chen Pingan to feel the sword intent even more deeply. During this process, Ma Ji's reverence for the Old Dragon City sword cultivator grew. The power of an earth immortal sword was so great that it could destroy mountains and overturn seas. It was a kind of deterrence and was not considered extraordinary. What really determined how far an earth immortal sword cultivator was from the upper 5 realms was actually not the power on the surface, but the degree of condensation of the sword intent. If the sword chi was scattered and the mind was in chaos, the sword would be powerful but the sword intent would be scattered everywhere. This meant that the sword cultivator's control of the sword intent was not perfect. As for the sword cultivator who attacked from Old Dragon City, the sword intent condensation was almost equivalent to Ma Ji's 1,000 feet sword attack. How could Maji not be amazed and impressed? A 10th realm sword cultivator who was known as an earth immortal was only one step away from breaking through the bottleneck and entering the upper 5 realms. Because the sword cultivator's killing power was too great, they were often exposed throughout their entire life in the middle 5 realms. Therefore, compared to ordinary 10th realm earth immortals, they were more out of the world. For example, Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple had completely left Jianghu before becoming a Jade Immortal sword cultivator and had been in closed-door cultivation. It seemed that this old sword cultivator from Old Dragon City must have been greatly annoyed by someone from Osmanthus Island of the Fan family. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk of provoking the heavenly tribulation and attacks so fiercely. Moaji asked Aunt Gue telepathically, "Madame Gue, who is it that attacked? Is it a method against our Fan family or a dispute with a guest from another place?" Aunt Gue hesitated for a moment and answered vaguely, "It should be an otherworldly expert from Old Dragon City who had some conflict with the Jiang family of the Jade Gue sect of the Tongyi continent. Our Fan family and Osmanthus Island do not need to pay attention to it. We just need to remain neutral." Maji said with emotion, "Since it's a fight between 2 groups of immortals at the top of the mountain, let's just watch the show." Aunt Gue smiled. "That's how it should be." Maji suddenly said in surprise, "The Jiang family of the Jade Gue sect. Is it the Jiang family that controls the Cloud Cave Blessed Land?" Aunt Gue had already closed her mind and cut off her inner thoughts. She no longer cared about the old sword cultivator's questions. Maji did not care about this. He only thought that Madame Gue, who had a special status, was worried that the main body of Osmanthus Island would be implicated and needed her to be distracted. Maji saw that the young man was still standing, so he simply kept his shadow flying sword and sat beside the stone table. The heavenly paradises and blessed lands in the world were 10 big heavenly paradises, 36 small heavenly paradises and 72 blessed lands. They were shared by a few heavenly paradises and were divided into 3, 6 and 9 grades. The Clear Pond Blessed Land that was controlled by the Divine Grandeur sect of the Aquarius continent had a very low grade, while the Cloud Cave Blessed Land that was controlled by the Jiang family of the Tongyi continent was extremely extraordinary. After Chen Pingon opened his eyes, the old man smiled and asked, "How is it?" Chen Pingon smiled and said, "I only know that this sword is very powerful. As for how powerful it is, I can't say. After pondering for a long time, I could only vaguely grasp the meaning of it. It's such a pity. If this sword could be slower, it would be better." Moaji joked, "A nascent soul realm sword cultivator needs to inform you, Chen Pingon, about the speed of his sword." Chen Pingon scratched his head, "How would I dare to do that?" Chen Pingon suddenly asked worriedly, "Could it be that there is a sword cultivator who wants to harm Osmanthus Island?" Maji waved his hand and explained with a smile, "No, it's just that he has a conflict with the guests of the Tongyi continent on the island, so he used 2 swords as a demonstration. The 2 swords were very particular and did not hurt Osmanthus Island at all. This is actually no different from expressing goodwill to Osmanthus Island. Otherwise, when Earth Immortals fight, unless it is in a remote area where there are no traces of people, if one cannot hold back, there would be more or less some chi movement dissipating. It's very normal." Maji said it lightly, but the old man thought more deeply. "I will try my best to return to Osmanthus Island as soon as possible." Jiang Beihai said softly, "Elder Su, be careful. Don't worry, I will definitely not disgrace the name of Jade Gui's sect and the Cloud Cave Jiang clan." After the old man said this, he rose from the ground and flew towards Old Dragon City. Before this, the old man had already put away the priceless robe Ink Bamboo Forest. His bloody wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was truly the method of regenerating flesh and bone. He was indeed a Yuanying realm expert who had been famous for a long time in the Tongyi continent. After the two unrestrained sword strikes, everyone on Osmanthus Island, whether it was the Fan clan or the passengers, were discussing spiritedly. Fortunately, almost everyone was a mountain dweller who had traveled extensively. Since they had the qualifications to personally go to the inverted hanging mountain, whether it was to do business or travel, it would not be simple. Although they were shocked, they were not frightened or panicked. In addition, Osmanthus Island quickly appeared to pacify them, and the disturbance quickly subsided. Jin Su delivered the medicine he had retrieved from the foot of the mountain to the Gui lineage courtyard and quickly returned to his master Aunt Gui's side. Seeing the calm and collected woman, he was in a rare good mood and boiled a pot of tea. Seeing his disciple return, she handed Jin Su a cup of hot tea. After Jin Su sat down, he had already calmed down without even tasting his master's cooking. The woman knew that Jin Su had a belly full of questions, but she did not want to say anything. She only smiled and said, "For that young master of the Jiang clan, it is undoubtedly an unexpected disaster. For you and me, it is a blessing from the heavens. Jin Su, you don't need to ask too many questions. After we return from the inverted hanging mountain, I will do my best to let you meet the person who attacked once." Aunt Gui laughed softly and said, "There is always someone better than you. This is not nonsense. In the future, when you travel the world alone, it is best for you to restrain yourself." Jin Su did not pay much attention to the last sentence. He had already turned his head to look in the direction of Old Dragon City and was filled with anticipation. A Gui lineage courtyard that stood aloof from worldly affairs did not need to care about the situation on the mountain peak. After that, Chen Pingon practiced the sword with the old golden core sword cultivator every day. The old man did 3 things. First, he took out his natal flying sword and entered it into his body to help Chen Pingon refine his 3 souls. He strengthened the foundations of the 3 soul paths of fetal light, Shuangling, and Yujing. Second, Ma Zhiwei suppressed the border and used a sword cultivator's methods to control the flying sword shade to fight against Chen Pingon. Lastly, he observed Chen Pingon's sword moves and gave him some pointers to correct the flaws in Chen Pingon's sword moves. However, Chen Pingon's sword practice was very interesting. He did not take out any of the swords from the wooden box on his back. Every time, he only made a sword-holding posture and imagined that he was holding a sword with one hand. Ma Zhiwei had some doubts about this. In the end, Chen Pingon gave an absurd answer. He said that there were 2 swords on his back. The one that he named, Subdue Demons, was someone else's sword and could not be used. The scholar wooden sword named Exorcise Demons was once unsheathed on the battlefield. However, after that, he realized that the wooden sword was too light. He felt that it was best for him to find a metal sword that was heavy enough for his sword practice. Otherwise, his hand would be too light and it would be no different from not holding a sword at all. He always felt that something was wrong. Only by holding a heavy sword in one's hand and making the sword move extremely fast could he possibly meet a strong enemy that the heavy sword could not defeat one day in the future. Only then would he, Chen Pingon, change to a wooden sword and use the fastest sword move to fight the enemy. As an immortal in the eyes of the secular world, Ma Zhiwei had no interest in martial arts or swordsmanship. In fact, he did not feel anything about Chen Pingon's stubborn pursuit of a Jianghu swordsman. He even felt a trace of disdain deep in his heart. What kind of heavenly material and earthly treasures could be dug out from the crops? However, if Chen Pingon was working hard on the great way of the sword and was going into a dead end, Ma Zhiwei was afraid that he would be unable to restrain himself. It would not be difficult to talk to Chen Pingon for 3 days and 3 nights. The Osmanthus flower girl, Jin Su, would regularly deliver 3 meals a day. What made this girl feel relieved was that Chen Pingon did not push his luck and actually treated her as a servant girl who brought tea and water. He insisted that she take care of matters such as bathing and changing clothes. Otherwise, she would really have a headache. Even when it came to changing the water buckets, Chen Pingan was still self-reliant. This made Jin Su have a good impression of this young guest of the Fan family. Then there was the osmanthus flower wine stored in the little courtyard of the Gui lineage. It needed to be replenished every few days. Given Jin Su's status, it was not that she could not bring dozens of jugs of wine to the little courtyard in one breath. However, in the end, she gave up on the idea of doing it once and for all. It was not that she did not want to use this opportunity to see the depth of this foreign youth. After all, for these osmanthus flower girls who had long been familiar with the sea route, this trip across the sea was rather dull and boring. The so-called 10 sights of Osmanthus Island, such as the moon and tide, the osmanthus trees that could faintly be seen growing in the moonlight, the mirage of an ancient palace, the schools of flying fish that circled Osmanthus Island, and so on, would be breathtaking at first glance. It would even make people take the initiative to pay artists to leave behind beautiful scenes. However, after seeing it for a long time, it would be difficult to be captivated. Some of the strange people and strange things that happened around Osmanthus Island were actually more interesting to these osmanthus flower girls. Chen Pingan now woke up at the start of the day. Before the sun rose, he would first practice the 6-step stance for about 2 hours. The old sword Xiao Ma Ji would appear around the time of the day and leisurely drink a jug of osmanthus flower wine. Just at dawn, Chen Pingan came to the top of Osmanthus Island, which was crowded with people. Looking into the distance, he saw a huge gap. Osmanthus Island sea route passed through in a straight line. On both sides of the sea route, there were 2 island mountain ranges descending from high to low. On the mountain peaks, there were row upon row of buildings, built against the mountains, surrounded by clouds and mist. The strangeness of the scene did not lie in the isolated deities sect on the island, but in the middle of 2 opposing cliffs on the way to Osmanthus Island. On the top of the cliffs on both sides of the island, there was a golden statue of a deity that was more than 1,000 feet tall. Also, after being washed by the water for countless years, the deity statue was still shining brilliantly. Even the Qi trainers would be intimidated by it. It was said that among the 2 golden statues of gods, one was a divine general that guarded the southern heavenly gate, and the other was a god that was in charge of the world's water fate. He was the first of the many rain masters in the heavens, nominally in charge of all the true dragons in the world. The divine general of the heavenly gate leaned on his sword in front of him, and his hands were placed on the hilt of the sword. He was like a huge god that was overlooking the mortal world. The face of the rain master god was blurry, and it was impossible to tell his gender due to the clouds and mist. There were colorful ribbons made of unknown materials around his body, floating slowly and lifelike. It made the god, whose golden body had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, look like he was still in the mortal world, in charge of the flow of water fate in the entire south. Chen Pingan chose a long bench at the top of the mountain and sat cross-legged on it. He faced the 2 statues and drank slowly. The Qi cultivators around him were talking in the language of the Julu continent and the Tongya continent. Occasionally, there were some old Dragon City dialect mixed in. Chen Pingan naturally could not understand them. Fortunately, there was a Qi cultivator from the Fan family on the Osmanthus Island not far away. She looked like a young girl, but she was not dressed like the Osmanthus Island's Mississippi. Her voice was clear, and she should be explaining the strangeness of the sea view to the passengers. She was describing the scene of the 2 gods in the language of the Aquarius continent. She talked about the origin of the 2 statues and the long history of the celestial sect. It seemed that someone asked why the ferry on the Osmanthus Island did not dock at the island. The Qi cultivator from the Fan family smiled and explained that although the ferry could pass through the island, the sect did not accept any ferry. If anyone dared to disembark without permission, they would be expelled on the spot, or imprisoned in the prison on the island. Therefore, they often became the evil flood dragons in the eyes of the world and were crazily chased by the local chi cultivators. It was not only to enforce justice for the people but also to obtain the innate treasures of the flood dragons. Chen Pingan was shocked when he heard this. He quickly quickened his pace and went to the foot of the Osmanthus Island. He was born in the Lizhu cave where the last real dragon in the world died. Of course, he had to see the true appearance of the flood dragons with his own eyes. Could those spiritual creatures in the flood dragon gully be counted as the descendants of the real dragon? Soon, Chen Pingan came to the foot of the mountain. There were many small boats docked at the ferry port. The chi cultivators of the Fan clan who often ferried the flood dragon gully on the boats. Osmanthus Island guaranteed that the passengers could travel the oceanic trench by boat. As long as they did not make any noise or use their supernatural powers to disturb the underwater flood dragons, there would not be any accidents. Even if there was danger, the Jindan practitioners of the Osmanthus Island would rescue them at the first moment. The guests did not need to pay to board the boats. In fact, even if they had to pay for the snow, Chen Pingan would pay for it. He boarded a small boat with Jin Su. The boatman was an old man. Chen Pingan found that the bamboo pole in the old man's hand was more than 10 feet long. It was engraved with a series of talisman characters. Among them, there were 4 ancient characters that looked like earthworms. They were a little similar to the words, do 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 do. The name of the talisman was very high. Moreover, at the end of the talisman, it told the descendants that once the talisman was made, the talisman paper would ooze out blood stains. The person who drew the talisman did not need to worry. This was a sign of the great achievement of the talisman. Chen Pingan asked Jin Su the name of the talisman engraved on the bamboo pole. Her face was blank, as if she had never thought of this question before. He went to ask the boatman. The old man smiled and said, "This is really hard to understand." Since the first day the Fan family's route was established, the bamboo pole seemed to have these Dan characters on it. There was no accurate explanation. When my master passed the small boat and the bamboo pole to me, he also could not explain why. Our Osmanthus Island only said that it was a dragon-striking pole that could scare away the underwater flood dragons. In fact, we boatmen did not believe it ourselves. We still believe in this more. The old man grabbed a pile of paper dolls and paper horses made of snow-white silver foil from the pocket at his feet. If you encounter a flood dragon swimming under the bottom of the boat, you just need to grab a handful and throw them into the water, and they will quickly disperse. It works every time. There is no other way. If we go around the flood dragon ravine, our route will be more than 200,000 li longer. Fortunately, although the flood dragon ravine looks scary and frightening, in fact, for hundreds of years, our Osmanthus Island has always lived in peace with those flood dragons. Therefore, young master need not worry. The boatman laughed loudly. He was obviously a straightforward old man. Speaking of which, if something really happened, it would really be a disaster. Not to mention our small boat, I'm afraid the entire Osmanthus Island would not have any extravagant hope of escaping alive. With so many flood dragons, how terrible would it be if they raised the wind and waves together? If you ask me, I'm afraid that even if a nascent soul stage sword immortal dares to use his sword here and provoke the flood dragon's counterattack, it would be difficult for him to escape the disaster. Jin Su's face was unhappy. She complained, "The guests are on the boat. Why are you saying such unlucky things?" The old boatman blushed with shame and said, "I won't say it, I won't say it. Young master, please sit tight. We're going to enjoy the wonders of the flood dragon ravine. I guarantee that we'll be safe and sound. the Jiao Dragon Ravine was a strange deep ravine where the water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. It was more than 10 miles wide and several thousand miles long. At the bottom of the ravine, many Jiao dragons of the sea lurked. They were of different colors and sizes. Some were as thin as a basin, some were as thick as the mouth of a well. It was said that there was even a Jiao dragon whose eyes were as big as a jar. Under the water, its scales were shining brightly. It was so terrifying that no one dared to speak, lest they disturb those Jiao dragons and bring about a fatal disaster. The old boatman suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed somewhere in the air. "Young master, look, that is a weary dragon returning from the land to make rain. Oh, it seems that it has suffered serious injuries. Most likely, it was used as a target by the Qi trainers of the Hausa continent. They chased it for a long time. Not every flood dragon is so lucky to come back alive. Some of the dead flood dragons often become the unexpected harvest of cross-continent ferries. However, our Osmanthus Island is kind. When we encounter a flood dragon's body floating on the sea, we don't fish it ashore. Instead, we drag it on the reef of the Osmanthus Island and send it all the way to the flood dragon ravine." Chen Pingon and Jin Su looked in the direction of the old boatman's finger. They saw a huge monster falling from the sea of clouds into the distant sea, splashing a huge water splash. Fortunately, the place where the weary dragon fell was more than 10 miles away from the Osmanthus Island. It did not have much effect on the small boat, except that the boat swayed from side to side a little more. The small boats were sailing slowly on both sides of the Osmanthus Island. They were almost not too far away from the shore of the Osmanthus Island, at most 2 or 3 miles away. The sea was clear. The small boats were like flying swords hovering in the air. In the depths of the sea, many flood dragons were sleeping or playing. They seemed to be entrenched on the undulating mountain range, which made people forget that they were sailing on the sea at the moment. Chen Pingon suddenly frowned. He reached out to hold a sword in the sword box behind him and asked in a deep voice, "Is the flood dragon one of the monsters of the mountains and lakes?" The old boatman only thought that the young man did not know much. At this moment, the small boat was already 2 miles away from the Osmanthus Island and was about to reach the deepest part of the flood dragon gully. He looked down and could not see the bottom. The young man was a little scared. The boatman smiled and said, "If it was in the ancient times, the flood dragon would be considered a noble in the world. But now, what you said is not wrong. These guys can only be considered as monsters." The boatman smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, young master. The Osmanthus Island is a regular customer here. According to the genealogy of our Fan family, our ancestors have seen with their own eyes 2 Qi cultivators of the Yuanying realm fighting here. Although the flood dragon gully under the feet of the 2 immortals was ready to move, in the end, not a single flood dragon jumped out of the water. So, the rule of not being loud is actually deliberately to scare the ordinary customers. Since young master has hung the Osmanthus Island wooden plaque, I will not deliberately mystify." Jin Su glared at the boatman angrily. How could these secrets of the Fan family be revealed so easily? The old man shrunk his neck and continued to hold the bamboo pole and row the boat honestly. From time to time, he threw a handful of snow-white paper into the water. Other than paper men and paper horses, there were also exquisitely folded paper buildings and vehicles. The old man suddenly widened his eyes and looked at a place in front of him. Not good. Someone is deliberately framing our Osmanthus Island. Aunt Gue came to the small boat from the Osmanthus Palace at the peak of the mountain almost at the same time. She looked at the small boat at the front with the old boatman and said angrily, "Someone took out a Dragon King basket and secretly caught a small flood dragon playing in the shallow water." The old man stood up. "Is it Jiang Beihai who is deliberately taking revenge?" When they chose to disembark halfway, we let Ma Ji secretly follow them for almost 10 years. There was nothing strange. Or is it someone from the Ding family secretly playing tricks? But the Ding family should not have a Dragon King basket. Fu family. The Fu family has one, but there is no reason for them to harm us. Aunt Gue shook her head and said, it's hard to say for now. The most important thing now is to pacify the Flood Dragon Gully. Once the public is angry, even if the cultivators of the upper 5 realms are willing to help, they will be helpless. There are thousands of lives on the entire Osmanthus Island. Sigh, what should we do? Oh no, everyone has been targeted. Who dares to fly into the sky now? The boatman's expression was stern and he immediately shouted, all the small boats are to dock immediately. All the Chi refinement warriors on Osmanthus Island are not allowed to fly into the sky without permission. Otherwise, the Flood Dragon Gully will regard it as a provocation. Ma Ji, please show us your skills, lest the guests think that we are exaggerating. Ma Ji, the Golden Core swordsman, took out a long sword and threw it into the sky rapidly. It was as fast as lightning and was definitely faster than the speed of a Golden Core swordsman. However, when this flying sword was flying far away, it was pressed down heavily by an illusory claw from the Sea of Clouds when it was just a few miles away from the Osmanthus Island. The flying sword instantly exploded in the sky. After that, another sword was thrown out, but the outcome was the same. Aunt Gue turned her head and said to Jin Su and Chen Pingon gently, the two of you return to the Gue lineage courtyard first. No matter what happens, you must remember to hold on to the roots of the Osmanthus tree tightly. Only then will you have a chance of survival. Jin Su tipped her toes and had already left the small boat. She landed at the ferry on the shore and turned back to take a look. That young man with a sword on his back seemed to still be standing in the small boat. When he finally returned, there was an additional bamboo pole in his hand. Jin Su asked, what are you doing? Chen Pingon replied, dragon striking pole. It might really be useful. Chen Pingon carried the bamboo pole on one shoulder and took off the blade strengthening gourd with the other. He raised his head and drank wine. He said in his heart, seal severing talisman. What seal will be cut? It's best if it's the ancient sword immortal's dragon slaying, the dragon lock of our hometown's iron lock well. Whether it succeeds or not, it all depends on this. In the sea, flood dragons were circling. It was obvious that a great disaster was imminent and even immortals could not escape. In the eyes of everyone on Osmanthus Island, it was an extremely cool scene. A small boat, moving forward leisurely. Carrying the bamboo pole on his shoulder, the youth drank wine. Ate pap. 263. The Osmanthus Island was located at the bottom of a large bowl, with the seawater as its walls. Xinhua Book Network called the passengers were likely to become the meal of the descendants of the flood dragons. It was going to be a long-awaited feast. The seawater below the Osmanthus Island and the ferry had already stopped. The surroundings were filled with the cold gazes of the flood dragons. The current situation was extremely delicate. The Osmanthus Island was silent. There were resentments towards the Osmanthus Island, as well as bewilderment due to the unexpected calamity. There were even people who were secretly calculating in their hearts, weighing their own protective talismans, trying to take advantage of the situation. If they succeeded in surviving to the end, not to mention the treasury of the Osmanthus Island, just casually picking up a few corpses of Chi refinement warriors would be a huge fortune. At the forefront, the steward Aunt Gue, who had been hiding her abilities, hovered in front of the cliff and confronted the old golden flood dragon. Both of them spoke cryptically, definitely not in the language of any continent. It was very likely to be the unique language of the ancient flood dragons. At that time, it was called the sound of water by the scholars. As for why Aunt Gue was proficient in this language and why she dared to go deep alone and confront the flood dragons alone, the passengers of the Osmanthus Island were too lazy to think about it. They wished that this ordinary-looking woman could transform into a cultivator of the 5 realms and turn the tide, then lead the Osmanthus Island out of this damned flood dragon's ravine. The woman seemed to be having trouble communicating with the golden flood dragon. She suppressed her anger and tried to keep her tone calm. Slowly, she said, "Is there no room for negotiation? According to the records, the Fan family only helped you drag back the flood dragon's corpses, as many as 12 of them. For so many years, as long as you pass by the flood dragon's ravine, the ferrymen of the Fan family will inevitably scatter a large amount of silver foil origami as a tribute to you guys. They have never missed a single time." The old flood dragon covered in golden scales had eyes as big as a dustpan, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Rules are rules. If rules can be disregarded, why would there be a flood dragon's ravine in this world? Aunt Gue still wanted to refute and explain herself, but the golden flood dragon raised its claw and pressed it heavily into the water. At that moment, the water current surged violently, and a violent gale arose. Aunt Gue, who was standing in the wind, felt a burning pain on her face as the gale slapped her face. However, she didn't use her hands to block it, nor did she use her Earth Celestial Stage divine ability to dodge it. She just forcefully endured the flood dragon's fury. Old flood dragon sneered and said, "Someone is deliberately framing your Osmanthus Island. I'm not blind, so I can naturally see through it. But rules are rules. Your Osmanthus Island was unable to recognize people, so you allowed the fairy guests to use the Dragon King's basket to catch the young flood dragon without permission, breaking the rules of both sides. Madame Gue, you can leave on your own, but the rest of the people on the ferry must die here." Aunt Gue shook her head. "I won't abandon them." Old Zhao's eyes were filled with ice-cold mockery. There was also a burning gaze similar to that of a glutton looking at delicious food. Cold and hot alternately appeared. "I know, that's why I said that. Madame Gue, do you know that every time you pass by my head, I have to obediently abide by the rules and respect those few broken iron rules? I can only restrain myself from eating you. Do you know how much willpower that requires?" Aunt Gue finally asked, "Is there no room for discussion?" Old golden flood dragon slowly moved its body that was as long as a mountain ridge. Its 2 strands of dragon whiskers were slowly dragged on the clear seawater. It glanced at a small boat not far behind the woman. The boatman at the side had already died tragically. The boatman was a shifty-eyed man. He seemed to be cowering and looking left and right. He was holding a small basket that looked like a cricket's cage. It was made of ivory and was pocket-sized and cute. A young flood dragon that was originally 60 to 70 feet long was shrunk into a loach in the Dragon King's basket after it was caught. It struggled in the basket and constantly let out mournful cries. The old boatman who had been rowing the boat for Jin Su and Chen Pingan was now standing on the surface of the water beside the man's boat. He was on guard and could not let the culprit escape. As for why the old boatman, who was a golden core cultivator on Osmanthus Island, did not decisively snatch the Dragon King's basket, there were 2 reasons. First, the shifty-eyed man had an origin flying sword slowly revolving around him. The sword was a foot long and was as black as ink. Thick black smoke constantly surged out of it. At the very least, it should be a Dragon Gate sword cultivator. Second, the old boatman was afraid that the culprit would go all out and directly destroy the Dragon King's basket and the young flood dragon. If that happened, the entire Osmanthus Island would be buried with him. The old boatman questioned the man as to why he would do such a thing that would harm others without benefiting himself. The man who had caused this disaster only grinned. He only sized up his surroundings and did not answer. The old boatman tried to sound him out a few times. He tried to deduce the mastermind from the man's words. Was it the young master of the Jiang family who had gotten off the boat? Or was it the old Dragon City's Ding family who was like fire and water with the Fan family? Unfortunately, the man turned a deaf ear to him. He was a man of few words and was unwilling to say anything more. The old boatman could do nothing about it. He still needed to wait for the results of the negotiations between Madame Gouet and the old flood dragon. If it was confirmed that it was a dead end, then he could only kill the man in front of him first and do his best to snatch the Dragon King's basket. One less person on Osmanthus Island would die. The Fan family's 1,000-year-old business could not be destroyed today by the mouths of these ancient felons. The old boatman calmed himself down. He no longer hoped that the strange man could speak. He asked indifferently, "Do you think you can still run? Do you think you can escape from this flood dragon's gully under the old flood dragon's nose?" The ugly man finally grinned and said, "Then I'll try. This basket is worth a lot of money. I'll give it to you. Catch it." The man suddenly threw the Dragon King's basket that was not of high quality. It was most likely one of Gu Shu's secessionist forces. It was a low-quality product that was mass-produced. However, with the passage of time, the Dragon King's basket had been plundered, collected, and destroyed. It became rarer and rarer. The Dragon King's basket was almost as rare as the blade-strengthening gourd. The old boatman did not immediately reach out to catch the Dragon King's basket to avoid being plotted against. Instead, he controlled his spiritual energy to suspend it in front of him. He focused his attention and became furious. It turned out that the man had secretly used some unknown method. The young flood dragon in the basket was on the verge of death. Its flesh was badly mangled and its bones were exposed. It was on the verge of death. The man laughed loudly. His natal flying sword turned into rolling black smoke to protect his body. Two of his fingers twisted out a golden talisman. "I'll toast your graves later." "Ha, it's a pity that there is no more osmanthus wine in this world." The talisman flashed with a golden light and the man disappeared from the boat. The old golden flood dragon with shining scales shook its head. Its dragon whisker was like a long whip as it violently slapped the seawater. The dragon whisker had clearly hit an empty space near its body. But in the next moment, a figure, or rather two, plummeted from the clouds above the Jiaolong ditch. It was the male sword cultivator who had used the talisman to escape from the ditch. Even if the talisman was a priceless mine talisman, which ranked second among all the mine talismans in the world, no one in the Jiaolong ditch would be able to stop the talisman, even if the person who gave the talisman had spoken with certainty. The male sword cultivator had thought that his plan was flawless. When he threw out the Dragon King's basket, the young Jiaolong was about to die. Osmanthus Island and the Jiaolong ditch were like two armies confronting each other. Lady Gouet was distracting the attention of the old Jiaolong. With the addition of the golden mine talisman, which was said to be able to evade the sword of the land sword immortal, he took the opportunity to escape the battlefield. Why not? The old flood dragon slapped another dragon whisker in the air. A series of muffled thunder-like explosions sounded in the seawater. The golden core of the golden core sword cultivator who was cut in half at the waist turned into fine powder in the air. A large handful of golden fragments scattered into the clear seawater of Jiaolong Gully. The shattered golden core and the two halves of his body slowly sank together, attracting countless flood dragons to jump into the water. For a moment, the waves were turbulent like jackals and wolves fighting for food. The sword cultivator died with his eyes wide open. How difficult was it for a rogue cultivator without any foundation to cultivate into a sword cultivator in the Golden Core realm? When this person was alive, he had thought that after this big deal was done, he would have a strong family background and find a good place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. He would become the founder of the immortal sect and spread his branches and leaves. For hundreds or thousands of years, generations would be stable. He would learn from those immortal seedlings who had been envious of him for a long time. He would only need to concentrate on Tao and would not need to take the unconventional path again. After the old Boatzi confirmed that the Dragon King's basket was not tampered with, he gently clenched his hand and turned his head to look. He sighed. "Little fellow, what are you doing here? This disaster is not something you can get involved in. Quickly retreat to Osmanthus Island. If you are lucky, you can still see the inverted mountain. If you are unlucky..." The old Boatzi did not continue speaking. Even if these words were the truth, it was useless to say more when the war was imminent. However, these words were swallowed back into his stomach. Chen Pingan took down the dragon-beating pole and handed the bamboo pole to the old Boatzi. He explained, "Senior, this is the chop talisman that I have modified. It came from the authentic alchemy works. According to the records, the complete talisman should have 8 ancient seals. Previously, your bamboo pole only had the 4 words 'do what you must do.' Actually, you have missed the Rain Master's edict. Moreover, the cloud pattern of the talisman was not small." The old man took a closer look and was stunned on the spot. Then, without saying a word, he reached out and took the dragon-beating pole that had been passed down for generations. He looked at it carefully and rubbed the bamboo pole's talisman pattern with his palm. Its original name is the Chop Talisman. It lacks the 4 words Rain Master's edict. This talisman's alchemy works, the cloud pattern, and the true meaning of suppressing victory are indeed of high quality. Young man, are you a Taoist of the Talisman sect? Are you a disciple of some great sect? Chen Pingan gently shook his head. He did not say that he was a martial artist. He only used a breath of pure vital energy in his body to imitate the scholarly Shishing from Fortune Street and drew the talisman in one breath. The old Boatzi sighed deeply and said, "It's a pity that we only have this dragon-beating pole that has been restored to its original form. If there were dozens of bamboo poles with this chop talisman, together with an array master who was proficient in the gate Duinjia, we might really be able to intimidate this dragon. What a pity, what a pity." Aunt Gue had already floated back. When she saw the bamboo pole, she was also a little surprised. However, she did not feel as regretful as the old Boatzi. She indifferently shook her head and said, "It's useless. Although this talisman has a deep origin and is often engraved on dragon-locking pillars or swords, it is one of the tools that the ancient gods used to capture and whip the dragon. Even I have only taken a few glances at it in my early years. It can indeed suppress the dragon, but that old dragon's cultivation is profound and it is not too afraid of this. Firstly, the bamboo poles are not of high quality. Secondly, the requirements for the ink and brush of this talisman are also very high." After Chen Pingan handed over the bamboo pole, he used all his strength to secretly observe the old dragon. The latter's silver eyes seemed to reveal a trace of deep reminiscence. Very quickly, it returned to normal. The 2 dragon whiskers slowly floated, flowing with brilliant colors in the sea. It was rumored that the demon-binding rope was made from the golden whiskers of a 1,000-year-old dragon. Chen Pingan withdrew his gaze and suddenly said, "Aunt Gue, old senior, can you help me delay for a while? I want to draw another talisman. If the 2 of you have other plans, just pretend that I did not say anything. Don't worry, I will try my best to draw this talisman on my own." Chen Pingan's voice was very soft, but the determination in his eyes was moving, a very important talisman. Osmanthus Island, Osmanthus Palace on the top of the mountain. A young noble guest was standing on the roof, looking around. Beside him was an old woman who was worried. The young man wore a bright yellow gown. At first glance, it did not seem very eye-catching. Moreover, it was similar to Chen Pingan's blade-strengthening gourd. There was also an expert who used a camouflage technique. If someone could break through the technique and look carefully, they would discover the trick. The gown was not made of silk or satin. Instead, it was made of countless yellowed bamboo slices. It was exquisitely and ingeniously woven. The bamboo slices were very thin but abnormally tough. Wearing the gown, it was not strange at all. Moreover, it allowed the owner to feel like he was in a small paradise at all times, greatly nourishing his cultivation. This was the true work of immortals. The gown was called Cool Breeze. It was a famous gown from the green immortal mountain of the bamboo sea grotto heaven. It was once a favorite of the monarch of a great dynasty in the Earth Divine continent. Following the fall of the dynasty, the treasured gown had been lost for a long time. She never thought that it would be worn by this young man. The young man spoke in the language of the Aquarius continent, Granny Lu. Even the 100-mile-square talisman of the Jindan sword cultivator did not work. Does it mean that my 1,000-mile-square talisman is also in danger? The old woman sighed. The old dragon's cultivation is actually not frightening. It is only at the peak of the Yuanying realm. However, with the help of an expert, it has already turned this trench into a small world. It has turned into a saint and is overseeing this place. Its combat power is equivalent to a Jade Pure Realm cultivator. At the same time, it has all the advantages. The young man frowned. Then what should we do? The old woman smiled. Young master, don't worry too much. Even if I have to risk my life, I will send young master out of this dragon trench. However, after that, young master must remember to go back the way you came. Go to the beautiful building on the cliff where the embroidered ball was thrown. Tell them your name and they will not dare to neglect you. At that time, young master can smoothly return to the white snow continent and tell the ancestor about this matter. At that time, there will be heaven's punishment to raze this place to the ground and avenge this old woman. The young man complained, Granny Lu, life and death is such a big matter. How can you say it so lightly? I don't want you to die here. We still have to go home together. The old woman's face was still calm. She looked at the young man with kind eyes and smiled. I have no choice. I can't be full of sorrow and cry in front of young master. I am already so old. I really can't do it. The old woman remembered something. She looked at the jade thumb ring in the young man's hand and said softly, Young master, this is an ancestral object. You must remember to hide it well. Don't take out the treasure in front of outsiders. When you go out, don't test people's hearts. People's hearts are things that cannot withstand scrutiny. Speaking until here, the old woman's wrinkled face was a little absent-minded. After all the old women in the world were once young girls. The bamboo-robed young man pointed at the boat. Granny Lu, look at that young man carrying the bamboo pole. He is about the same age as me. He is really powerful. He has courage and insight. He is handsome. I am much stronger. When I go back, I must find a painting master to draw this scene. The old woman shook her head and said with a smile, Don't be impulsive like that, boy. Young lord, you are not a simple child of wealth. If something really happens to you in the area between the Aquarius continent and the Hassa continent, it will be a big problem. The young man said helplessly, Granny Lu, I have been through many trials. Don't always treat me like a child. The old woman smiled but did not say anything. Which of those seemingly dangerous training sessions did not have an ancestor personally watching over them? In fact, this trip, from the White Snow continent to the Julu continent, then south to the Aquarius continent, Xinguang Sept, Lakeview Academy, Cloud Forest Jiang Clan, and finally to the Old Dragon City. After that, they continued south and landed in the Tongyi continent. They visited the Tongyi continent in the north and the Jade Gui sect in the south. The young master almost entered the Cloud Cave blessed land. There was no wind or rain along the way. However, the old woman could not understand why she was the only one who was the young master's retainer. Was it too careless? A nascent soul realm chi refinement warrior was not low, but how precious was the young master's identity. Like this time at Jiaolong Gully, if it was an unpolished jade sword cultivator guarding the young master wouldn't even need to frown, let alone be alarmed. He would only need to watch the fire burn across the river. Outside an ordinary house on the mountainside of Osmanthus Island, there was a small pavilion. A beautiful young woman was sitting there. She wore a short-sleeved shirt and a long skirt, with a ribbon tied around her waist. In the face of this inexplicable calamity, although her face was filled with anger towards the old Dragon City's fan family, she still patiently boiled the tea. After drinking the tea, she tidied up the tea set one by one. Only then did she begin to think of a countermeasure. However, when she saw the tragic death of the Jindan sword cultivator, she became somewhat disheartened. It was most likely a dead end. The woman's face was full of worry. She gently tapped the table with her fingers and muttered to herself, "There's no reason for my luck to be so bad. In the old Dragon City, I even told my own fortune before rejecting the mountain turtle and choosing Osmanthus Island. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any mistakes. I should have picked up one or two opportunities along the way. How could I have died here?" The young woman stood up and tiptoed to the top of the pavilion. Looking down, her field of vision suddenly widened. She swallowed her saliva and slowly squatted on the roof from a standing position. She began to calculate and deduce with her fingers. Could it be that there's an expert hiding here, or the person who can break the game has not appeared? In short, it's definitely not a dead end, definitely not. Let me divine you, a woman who can confront the old golden flood dragon. Oh, so you're from Osmanthus Island. That's strange, the person who can break the game is still not you. Let's take a look at this hidden ferryman boatman. He's actually a chi refinement warrior who fell from the nascent soul realm back to the golden core realm. He hasn't recovered from his injuries yet. He's indeed an old ferryman with a story. But you can't break the game either. As for this fearless young man, forget it. He's carrying a bamboo pole. TSK. He's even drinking wine. He likes to show off too much. Does he really think he's a sword immortal of the 5 realms? What a fool. If that's the case, the key to breaking the game is in the mountain. Could it be that there's an immortal watching with folded arms? He's just waiting for the old flood dragon to relax and give it a fatal blow. Let me divine. There really is an otherworldly expert who intentionally conceals his chi. Unfortunately, it's still not him. The woman scratched her head with both hands. Her cheeks were flushed. She was obviously anxious and uneasy. The two of us can help you delay a bit of time. It's not difficult. Chen Pingon immediately sat on the small boat, his back facing the golden flood dragon. He connected with the flying sword 15, a green talisman paper slid out from his sleeve. It looked like a page torn from a sage's book. Chen Pingon's left hand held a small snow awl. He gently exhaled, but when the divine brush reached out to the talisman paper, Chen Pingon's heart was shocked. The tip of the brush was like a heavy snowfall, a pedestrian's feet deep in the snow, unable to move an inch. Chen Pingon's breath of pure martial chi was directly cut off just like that. Before, when he had written the golden talisman paper, the demon subduing pagoda talisman, and the yang chi lantern talisman, Chen Pingon had never encountered such a situation. On the contrary, Chen Pingon was pleasantly surprised. Rather than suffering from internal injuries and shaking his soul, Chen Pingon still forced himself to take a breath of fresh air. His arms sank, and the tip of the small snow awl kept moving towards the talisman paper. You can do something, but you have to ensure that you don't make the situation worse. In front of the dilapidated temple in Huangting country, those young pugilistic men and women, for the sake of their warm-hearted and chivalrous character, almost spoiled the plans of the righteous Qi refinement warriors. They almost let the wild fox demon who had been causing trouble for many years escape. That was a lesson learned from the mistakes of good intentions. If this premise could be guaranteed, Chen Pingan felt that he had to do something. In the city god temple in Yanji County of Colorful Clothes Country, the county governor's daughter with the silver bells on her hands and feet also helped. Because she did not overdo it, every time she helped, it was within her capabilities. She could also help to share Chen Pingan's burden appropriately. This was very good. They were both fairies, one on Osmanthus Island in Old Dragon City, and the other on Kuan Boat in Dang Mountain. This Osmanthus Island was the family property that his good friend, Fan Air, would inherit when he turned 20 years old. As for the Kuan Boat, there were once two young ladies who lived together day and night. They were called Chun Shui and Qiushi. They were very good ladies. Chen Pingan had always thought that at such a young age, no matter how many years or decades later, no matter how far apart they would always be able to reunite after parting. Chen Pingan continuously increased the strength of his 5 fingers and arms. His breathing and 18 stops of sword qi circulated rapidly. This breath of pure qi that was like a hot knife through butter in his body had to be fast and stable. If the qi was stable, the spirit would be stable. If the spirit was stable, the talisman spirit would be stable. At the end of the day, in the past, burning porcelain and pulling blanks was also a stable process. Only with a stable heart could one's hands be stable. The tip of the small snow awl finally touched the green talisman paper slowly. It was a small speck of light that instantly exploded. It was just like the bright moon in the sea. Chen Pingan was indifferent to this. His mind was completely immersed in the severed talisman. He wanted to write 8 words on the green talisman paper, "Do whatever you want, Rain Master's edict." At this moment, the youth was sitting cross-legged on the small boat, completely immersed in his thoughts. Facing an ancient book page, Chen Pingan held a brush in his hand. He did not look like a pure martial artist, nor did he look like a swordsman. Instead, he looked like a scholar who was copying books in the mountains and rivers. Whether this talisman was successful or not, he would think about it after he finished drawing it. For example, whether the mountain-quaking fist was good or not, he would think about it after he practiced it 1,000,000 times. If he did not do something today, Chen Pingan felt that he had let down the fist he practiced, the sword he learned, the wine he drank, and the many people he knew. 264. The moment Chen Pingan raised his brush to draw the talisman, under the old golden flood dragon signal, the flood dragon gully had already moved. Moreover, it was like a lion using its full strength to hunt a rabbit. The hundreds and thousands of flood dragons hiding in the gully surged towards Osmanthus Island together with the seawater that originally towered into the sky. Only the direction where the old golden flood dragon was entrenched was particularly calm. The old man on the boat threw the Dragon King basket in his hand to his feet. The life and death of a young flood dragon were no longer related to the overall situation. The old man glanced at the young man with a sword on his back. The young man seemed to be shrouded in the pure moonlight. The man, the brush, and the talisman were integrated into one. It was like a small world between the abbot. The old man praised in his heart. The young man was quite impressive. Although it didn't have much to do with the level of cultivation and the depth of cultivation, the old man admitted that he didn't have such a temperament when he was young. The old man quickly withdrew his gaze and said softly, "Madame Gue, Osmanthus Island is in danger. Chen Pingan and this talisman will be protected by me for the time being. Madame Gue, you just need to guard the ferry." Let Ma Ji and several stewards quickly tell all the guests on the mountain about the benefits. Don't hide your cultivation anymore. All the personal grudges, rewards, and compensation will be discussed after Osmanthus Island survives this disaster. The old flood dragon's attack this time is very strange. And judging by the means it used to kill the golden core sword cultivator, it has either broken through the level and reached the upper 5 realms, or someone secretly set up a matrix in Jiaolong Gully and turned this place into an existence similar to the Confucian Academy. Maybe a heretical master took a fancy to this enclave, which gave the old flood dragon the confidence to challenge the Confucian sage of the Hausa continent. But whether it is the pure jade realm or a pseudo-sage, once it attacks with all its strength, it will be difficult for you to deal with it alone without me. Madame Gouet was a little hesitant. She didn't rush to Osmanthus Island. She even deliberately slowed down the speed of her speech to weigh the pros and cons during this period. In the long life of cultivation, Madame Gouet knew that in the dilemma of being at a loss, it was better to do one thing right than to do 10 or 100 things right. The seawater on 3 sides crashed into the ferry at the bottom of the bowl like a broken dam. On Osmanthus Island, except for the ancestral osmanthus tree at the top of the mountain, the remaining 1,000 osmanthus trees all shed their leaves at the same time. The leaves did not wait for the leaves to fall to the ground, but instead flew into the air together. It was not disorderly. After the osmanthus leaves hung in the air one after another, they formed a semicircle that enveloped Osmanthus Island. Then, the osmanthus leaves were instantly burned to ashes and vanished into thin air. Only a mass of dark green spiritual energy was left on the spot, condensing into a sphere of various sizes. Between these large osmanthus leaf spiritual balls, strands of dark green threads were produced in all directions, pulling and connecting with each other. The sea water was turbulent, and the ferry was like a small boat. The spiritual energy contained in the osmanthus leaves were interconnected, and it was like a large net thrown out by the boat with all its strength. However, this net was not cast to catch fish, but to shelter from the rain. When the seawater crashed into the large net, the waves surged, but not a single drop of water penetrated the large net and landed on Osmanthus Island. The ferry only shook slightly. Moreover, when the ancestral osmanthus tree showed a mysterious posture of rapidly growing branches and leaves, the ground at the top of the mountain cracked and many gullies appeared, revealing the old osmanthus tree's coiled roots. The entire Osmanthus Island began to slowly rise, as if it was resisting the impact of the seawater. It floated in the air and forcibly left the Jiaolong ravine. Many of the water dragons with horns on their foreheads were the most ferocious. They landed on the large net one after another, using their sharp claws to tear apart the osmanthus leaf formation, or using their heads to smash the net. This kind of water dragon was considered a noble member of the Jiaolong family. They were relatively close to the true dragons that were the first to rule the 5 lakes and 4 seas. Compared to snakes and carps, they were worlds apart. However, with the addition of the word water, compared to the single word dragon, they were still inferior. The water dragon was the species of the ancient dragon and the green snake in the sea. Hence, it was also called the green dragon. It was similar to the white dragon that liked to hide in the mountains and precipitous ridges. One was in the deep sea while the other was on land. It often appeared in the writings of scholars and poets, and was also a frequent guest in the poems of traveling immortals. Many descendants of the Jiaolong followed behind, fiercely crashing into the large net, and even used their gifted water spells to attack the large net together. When the old man on the boat saw this, his heart ached. This was Madame Gouet risking her hard-earned cultivation as an earth immortal, and allowing the vitality of her true body to be rapidly depleted, to fight for a chance of survival for everyone. Ma Ji, who was staying on the island, should have already negotiated with the guests, but he did not know if they could unite and work together to get through this difficult situation. When Chen Pingan was trying his best to write the talisman, the old golden Jiao Long gave orders to the Jiao Long Go to attack Osmanthus Island in one go. However, it did not have the intention to make a move. It only thought for a while, shook its 100 feet long golden scaled body, and slowly swam to the edge of the clear sea. Finally, a dignified old man in a golden robe walked out from the ripples. His eyebrows were extremely long and hung in front of his chest. He walked in the air. This old Jiao Long, who had transformed into a human form, did not care about Madame Gui, who was distracted by controlling Osmanthus Island. He did not even care about the life and death of the young Jiao Long Go. He was like a tourist who was slowly walking down the hill, looking down at the two small boats and the three people at the foot of the mountain. The old Jiao Long looked at the back of the young man, and his footsteps did not stop. He smiled and said, "Little guy, you tampered with the dragon striking pole and wrote the talisman without permission. I thought you were young and ignorant, so I let you hide the two flying swords secretly. However, if you continue to push your luck..." The old man on the boat steered the small boat under his feet and blocked Shin Pingan and the boat behind him. He raised his head and looked at the old beast, whose temperament had changed greatly, and sneered, "So what if I push my luck? Do you want me to stretch out my neck and ask for a more comfortable death? I beg you evil beasts to swallow it whole, don't chew it slowly." The old Jiao Long glanced at the old boat and said with a smile, "You've broken the rules, so you'll die no matter what. As for how you die, it's actually not important. Have you forgotten that after you die, if my subordinates peel your souls bit by bit and make them into dozens of bright candles, after they're lit, they'll be placed in the deepest part of the dragon ravine to endure the cold and gloomy pain. This crime is even more unbearable than being torn apart by horses and cut into pieces on the execution grounds of the mortal world. Especially for old Jindan stage cultivators like you, the higher your cultivation, the better the quality of the candles." At this point, the old man in the golden robe sighed and stopped. He put one hand behind his back and 2 fingers of his other hand twirled the long golden eyebrows hanging in front of his chest. He said helplessly, "Little guy, this Fan family's boat and I have helped you stall for so long, and you still haven't finished drawing the talisman of the Rain Master's edict. Are you a disciple of the Daoist talisman sect, and you're becoming more and more useless? Or are you not skilled enough and your talisman drawing skills are not good enough? Or is it that this talisman is too powerful and the talisman paper is too precious, causing your drawing to be a little awkward? It's okay, I haven't seen or experienced the talisman of the talisman for many years, and I miss it very much, so I can still afford to wait. Young man, take your time, don't rush." Madame Gui sighed. The old man in the boat had a similar state of mind. This was the horror of a sage ruling over a part of the world. It was like the Confucian sage overseeing the palace and the academy, the immortal sage overseeing the Taoist temple, the Arhat overseeing the temple, and the warrior sage overseeing the battlefield. The pale Madame Gui said sternly, "Aren't you afraid that the scholarly sage of the Hausa continent will hold you accountable for such violent acts?" The old dragon looked at her with pity and said, "Madame Gui, oh Madame Gui, you shouldn't stay in Old Dragon City, such a muddy pond. You've been trapped in a cocoon of your own. You've been doing nothing for so many years, and you don't pay attention to the outside world. How would you know that under the general trend, those who obey will prosper, and those who oppose will perish? Madame Gui, although I've been coveting your real body for many years, I can give you one last chance because of your good background. What do you think?" Madame Gui sneered and said, "If the scholarly sage is here, would you still dare to talk nonsense? Not to mention the sage, I'm afraid that even a gentleman is enough to make you tremble in fear." The old man in the golden robe smiled and shook his head. "Things are different now. That's why I said that you're too narrow-minded, Madame Gui. Forget it, people who walk different paths cannot work together. After eating you, I can smoothly enter the pure jade realm." At that time, even if the scholarly sage of the Qin family of Yingyin leaves the academy and comes here to hold me accountable, what can he do to me? The old man grinned, and his smile was creepy. I know that you still haven't given up and think that I'm deliberately mystifying before. You still think that you're lucky enough to let the young man draw that talisman to scare all the dragons except for me. Look, I've still fulfilled your wish. Now, do you still think that I'm bluffing? The old man took a step forward and instantly came to the side of the boat that Chen Pingon was on. Chen Pingon was like an old monk who didn't care about worldly affairs as he slowly drew the talisman. Madame Gouet and the old man in the boat moved at the same time. Madame Gouet threw out Osmanthus branch and it landed on the bow of the boat. Madame Gouet chanted, "Take root in the blue sky," and the Osmanthus branch instantly grew into a small Osmanthus tree. The branches and leaves swayed, and clusters of golden Osmanthus flowers bloomed. The fragrance of the Osmanthus tree filled the nose. The Osmanthus tree was 10 feet tall, and its shade covered Chen Pingon. The old man's hands quickly formed a seal, and he silently chanted an incantation. He stomped heavily on the boat that he was standing on, and his palms were pressed against each other. His 10 fingers were intertwined, and a dazzling light bloomed from the gaps between his fingers. The old man's thumb was pressed against his chest, and the little finger of the other hand pointed at the old golden dragon. When the old man formed a seal, a bright red flame lingered around his body. He was like a heavenly official wearing a red robe, and his forehead was covered with scarlet seal scripts. He angrily shouted, "The golden crow spreads its wings, the fire god boils the water." The surface of the sea between the old man's boat and the golden-robed old man was like a pot of boiling water. Then, golden crows flew out one after another, and they were dragging billowing flames as they quickly pounced on the old dragon. However, the golden-robed old dragon only waved his sleeves casually, and 2 azure dragons were pulled out from the sea beside him. They collided with the golden crows, and dozens of golden crows were instantly devoured by the 2 old dragons. Although the azure dragons had a full meal, and flames flickered in their stomachs from time to time, they eventually perished together, and their bodies collapsed and returned to the sea. However, the old man's hands formed a seal, and his attacks were swift and powerful. Compared to the golden-robed old dragon's understatement, the difference between them was obvious. The golden-robed old dragon sneered, "The fire god. This kind of ancient god is too messy, and because of a huge disaster, the god that inherited this great tradition is often not legitimate. Compared to the water god that has always been passed down in an orderly manner, and is heavily relied on by the celestial emperor, it's really not worth mentioning. You're just a little gold core. I'm afraid you don't even know that the words fire god's boiling water are just a show of cowardice, right? The earliest fire god said that he would boil the 4 seas, and burn the 5 lakes to create clouds and mist in the sky. The later gods of the fire sect only dared to say that they would boil water. What water? Many of the Qi refinement warriors of the middle 5 realms who were unwilling to take out their trump cards suddenly had a drastic change in expression. They no longer dared to hold back and took out their magical weapons and spiritual weapons. For a time, Osmanthus Island was overflowing with lights and colors. They rushed to the sky one after another to help Lady Gouet and the ancestor Osmanthus resist the stomping formation of the old golden dragon. However, when the Qi refinement warriors on the island attacked with all their strength, some of the big figures in the Flood Dragon Ravine who had been watching from afar finally used their magical power of water and sprayed towards Osmanthus Island like a rain of arrows. Therefore, even with the help of the Qi refinement warriors, Osmanthus Island was still at a disadvantage. At this critical moment, there was actually a tall and thin old man who flew over from the sea outside the Flood Dragon Ravine. However, he was obviously hesitating whether to take the risk or not. It was the nascent soul retainer beside the young master of the Jade Gouet sect. In the end, he chose to wait and see. Lady Gue had no choice but to go to Osmanthus Island. She really did not expect the formation to be so fragile. Chen Pingan's Dao talisman could no longer be taken care of. Once her body and soul were separated, the formation of Osmanthus Island would not be able to withstand the next attack. By then, even if the talisman was successfully drawn, Osmanthus Island would have already been breached. The unscrupulous flood dragons would be unstoppable and they would only be defeated miserably. Lady Gue flew away and turned to the old man helplessly, "Take good care of Chen Pingan." The old man smiled bitterly and nodded. He struggled to stand up. He could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. All the golden-robed old dragons in all directions slowly walked towards the two small boats. Only the old golden dragon that had been standing at the same spot all along stared at Chen Pingan from the beginning to the end. It told him in its heart, "Little guy, if you don't finish drawing this talisman and quickly turn the situation around, all of you will die. Lady Gue will die, the old boat will die, you will die too, all of you will die. Whatever you do, the Rain Master decrees." A talisman with a total of 8 characters, Chen Pingan only wrote 6 characters in the end. Moreover, he did not follow the rules at all. This talisman could be considered as invalid if nothing unexpected happened. Actually, although it took Chen Pingan a long time to finish writing the first 4 characters, it was much longer than drawing talismans in the past. However, on the Rain character, no matter how hard Chen Pingan tried to circulate his chi, he could not even write that horizontal stroke. The green talisman paper seemed to be unwilling to accept this character. The two armies were confronting each other. Chen Pingan was fighting alone. Facing a towering city, what could he do? There was always a limit to a person's strength. It was not something that could be changed by ambition and perseverance. Chen Pingan struggled for quite a while, but he still couldn't put the brush down. When Chen Pingan's arm began to tremble for the first time, a mouthful of blood gushed up to his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. Left with no other choice, Chen Pingan skipped over the word rain. The word mentor was another natural mote, which Chen Pingan bypassed once again. Fortunately, he managed to finish writing the 2 words Imperial Edict. After using up his last breath, Chen Pingan was already exhausted. The arm that held the small snow all drooped down dispiritedly. He was just trying to force himself to breathe. This time, he failed to draw the talisman, which made things worse. At this moment, the chi and blood in his body were surging. His voice trembled as he said softly, "I've read in the books that the saints said." Chen Pingan coughed incessantly. He finally said the second half of the sentence, "The hidden dragon is in the abyss." These 8 words were not inferior to the 8 words on the talisman in the slightest. A total of 16 words. When they landed in the Flood Dragon Ravine, it was like a bolt from the blue. "Yes. We obey the decree." Voices sounded from the depths of the Flood Dragon Ravine. They rose and fell without end. The world was silent. Dozens of golden-robed elder dragons fused into a single figure. He lowered his head and cupped his fists, but his face was filled with a sinister smile, before receiving the decree, "Die." Above the Flood Dragon Ravine, a golden sword light as thick as a mountain fell from the sky. It fell directly on the youth's head. Some people could save him, but they weren't willing. For example, the nascent soul-old woman beside the youth. Some people wanted to save him, but for the sake of the Fan family, they could only choose to retreat. For example, Madame Gue. Some people were helpless and didn't hesitate to exchange their lives for the youth. For example, the old boat that was close by. Even more people were just watching the show. The situation was already decided. What was there to be nervous about? At this moment, Chen Pingon seemed to have seen through the hearts of people, but his expression was neither sad nor happy. A pair of seals slid out from his sleeve. The mountain river seal stopped above his head. After the golden sword light shattered, the mountain river seal was gone. All that was left was the watermark. On the great Tao. One person walked straight. By then, the scholarly sage that he hated would become his and Zhao Long's protective talisman. It was even possible that the person who would help them would be the Qin clan's old ancestor who carried the sun and moon. However, even if he wasn't afraid, he shouldn't take it too seriously. Provoking a sage, even if they were separated by a world, wasn't a good thing. The golden-robed old dragon sneered. This sect master who was born in the vast world but was in charge of a Taoist sect in another world really had a good name. As for the young man who used the seal of mountains and rivers to block the sword qi, the golden-robed old dragon twitched the corner of his mouth. This kind of thing couldn't happen again. Although he hated the young man in front of him, he was already prepared to stop. True gains and losses couldn't be decided overnight. Today's matter was too much beyond his expectations. It might have already attracted the attention of the South Sea coast of the Hausa continent. It was better to be careful. If he was caught, it would ruin his plan. The old dragon laughed. It's a pity that the seal could block the sword of a sword immortal in the raw jade realm. It's not something that a broken fish basket can do. Little guy, do you feel sad now? Chen Pingon didn't answer the question. If I have a lot of Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven Snake Gall stones at home, how many would it take to exchange for a safe passage to Osmanthus Island? The golden-robed old dragon was stunned. You mean the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven in the back of the Aquarius continent? If it's a first-class snake gall stone full of spiritual energy, to us, it's no less important than a dragon-slaying platform to a sword cultivator. For Zhao Long below the nascent soul realm, one dragon pearl gall stone is enough to exchange for a realm. Let me calculate, one Osmanthus Island, one Lady Gue, and 2,000 lives of chi cultivators. Kid, unless you have a lot of snake gall stones. The golden-robed old man stretched out his palms and flipped them, at least 20. Do you have them? Chen Pingon shook his head. I've given some away over the years. I don't have that many left. He struggled to stand up. The osmanthus tree that grew from the osmanthus branch had been destroyed by the old dragon sword qi. Chen Pingon kept the brush, the small snow awl, and the lone water mark into the Fengsuan space. With a tacit understanding, the flying swords number 1 and number 15 quickly flew out of the turbulent Chen Pingon and returned to the blade-strengthening gourd. This time, he didn't hide it. After all, the old dragon had already seen through it. The golden-robed old dragon squinted his eyes. The wooden box on the young man's back and the sword gave him a sense of threat. A Luchin imperial edict that reversed the universe, a pile of dragon pearl grotto heaven snake gall stones, a pair of mountain water seals, a brush with divine strokes, and a blade-strengthening gourd of good quality. Moreover, it was surnamed Shin. The golden-robed old dragon was more and more certain that it was a wise decision to stop at the right time. What a pity, what a pity. If he had killed this guy with one sword, there would be no future trouble. As for the various twists and turns that would happen afterwards, he wasn't afraid at all. In terms of cultivation realm, a false saint like him didn't dare to be careless. But in terms of backing, he didn't think he would lose to anyone. Old Flood Dragon saw the old man who had injured his primordial spirit standing behind the youth with a wary expression. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. That Sever the Lock talisman is a big deal. With my guts, I can only attack once." The old dragon retracted his gaze and looked at Chen Pingon again. "Since you have the snake gall stones, why didn't you say it from the beginning? Why did you have to fight and hurt the relationship between both sides? Chen Pingon asked back, are you joking or are you serious? The golden-robed old dragon's face was gloomy. The old man sneered, at that time, you were so sure of victory that you couldn't wait to kill and steal the treasure. Why would you sit down and talk business with a young man? The golden-robed old dragon ignored the golden-core old man's taunts and glared at the young man, you are too smart. You won't live for long. Chen Pingon turned and said, old senior, return to Osmanthus Island first. I have some words to say to this beast, to senior old dragon alone. The old dragon shook his head and said, where there is life, there is hope. Chen Pingon, you are still young. It is hard to say whether these setbacks will be a blessing or a curse. If you don't use them, you won't be able to let go. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the old man felt that the young man in front of him seemed to be immersed in the talisman's divine will, unable to pull himself out. Chen Pingon smiled, old senior, I know. Chen Pingon wanted to cup his fists together to express his gratitude, but he could only lift his right hand. His left hand that was used to write could not bend. Chen Pingon clenched his right hand into a fist and gently tapped his chest. When I return to Osmanthus Island, I will treat old senior to a drink. The old man hesitated for a moment and then nodded. He returned to the adjacent boat and slowly sailed back to Osmanthus Island. After the old dragon left, Chen Pingon slapped the blade-strengthening gourd. Chu 1 and Chu 15 each hovered over the young man's shoulder. Then, he brought out the water seal once more. The old golden dragon laughed, what, do you want to fight me to the death? Chen Pingon grinned, when speaking to some fellows, if their fists aren't hard enough, they won't be able to listen no matter how good the reasoning is. That Severlock talisman from before is proof. From this, it can be seen that the reasoning I came up with is effective against you. Let me ask you a question. What rules did the Fan family and Madame Gouet set with you that allowed you to righteously kill over 2,000 people? The old dragon was a bit impatient. He gloomily said, do you think this rule is unreasonable? He unintentionally stomped his foot, isolating this place from the outside world. After a while, he was somewhat displeased. Then why are you following me? The boatman said honestly, I am going to explain it to Chen Pingon face to face so that he won't misunderstand my master. The sword cultivator suddenly said very seriously, but I feel that you are an eyesore. What should I do? The boatman thought for a while, then I won't go. Sure enough, the boat stopped abruptly. The man nodded, you are not stupid. He rode the wind and left. His face was full of resentment. He muttered to himself and answered his own questions. Shao Qi wants me to be your Dao protector. How can I agree? Shao Qi is stupid from studying. I am not. So I won't agree. The sword cultivator seemed to be in a worse mood. He began to speed up, so that the qi behind him vibrated and rumbled, like a string of thunder resounding through the sea of clouds. When he was about to pass by the two divine statues of the Rain Master and the Divine General, someone reprimanded him loudly, forbidding him to fly over the sect sky without permission. He had to take a detour. The swordsman lowered his head and casually glanced at the statue. He put his thumb on the hilt of the sword and pushed it gently. The long sword fell into the sea. When it was only a few feet above the sea, it suddenly rose from the ground. The sword was like a rainbow, directly splitting the Divine General statue into two halves. The golden light exploded like the rising sun. The long sword flashed and disappeared, quietly returning to its sheath with its master. The sword cultivator continued to move forward. Reason. He never liked that. If he wanted to reason with others, why did he practice the sword? The sword cultivator suddenly looked up. How dare you show your sword energy in front of me? Do you really think you are Alliance? The sword cultivator of the cloud, who was still 700 or 800 miles away from the flood dragon gully, turned his wrist and slapped out. The osmanthus island turned upside down in the air and heavily smashed into the sea dozens of miles away, shaking violently. Then, as if it was blown by a strong wind, it quickly moved forward and left the flood dragon gully in an instant. Then, the sword cultivator flicked his finger. The flood dragon gully was like a gate to heaven. Snow-white sword chi constantly poured down like a waterfall. In a flood dragon ravine, the flood dragons that were nearer to the surface of the sea did not know what the snow-white flood that was poured into the sea was at first. Then, when they came back to their senses, they were already skeletons in their original positions. As for the golden sword energy summoned by the golden-robed old flood dragon, it was like a few withered branches facing a flood. It had long been washed away, not leaving a single drop. The snow-white flood formed by the sword energy kept flowing into the flood dragon gully. But the golden-robed old flood dragon and Chen Pingon on the boat were still safe. (266) On the surface of the flood dragon ditch, Chen Pingon stared blankly at the green-robed sword practitioner who called himself the eldest senior brother. The young man frowned and his lips trembled. Then he lowered his head. The sword practitioner with the strange name said angrily, "Are you going to cry? Why are you the same as Shao Qi? No wonder he picked you. You can't reason with him and you can't beat him. Every time you hide and cry, your tears falling down." The sword practitioner suddenly said sternly, "Raise your head." Chen Pingon raised his head blankly. The man questioned, "Why did you change your mind at the last moment? Why did you choose to use your fist instead of your sword? Answer loudly, don't be shy." Chen Pingon blurted out subconsciously, "Your swordsmanship is too bad. It's not embarrassing. Your fist technique is not bad. It's not satisfying if you don't use it. Bah! How dare you say that your martial arts fist intent is not bad?" The man's face was full of anger. He turned his head and spat fiercely. He did not have Qi Jingchuan's elegance, nor did he have All Yang's amiability. It seemed that this sword immortal named Left and Right, the most rebellious disciple of the sage of literature in the past, did not look like a scholar at all. However, the hidden smile in the depths of the man's eyes grew thicker and thicker, but his face turned cold. He raised his arm again and pointed his thumb behind him. "Let's not talk about this Jiaolong gully. Let's talk about the statue on the island. I thought it was blocking my way, so I chopped it with my sword. Let's talk about this stinky ditch. I thought those evil creatures were an eyesore, so I washed them with my sword energy. What do you think?" Chen Pingon answered honestly, "It should be considered unreasonable." But when he remembered that this person was Mr. Qi's senior brother, he quickly added, "Should be." The man sneered and said, "You're so polite. What should be considered? It's the truth." He put his palm on the hilt of the long sword at his waist and asked, "You know that I'm a scholar, but I study swordsmanship more than reading books. Why is that?" Chen Pingon shook his head. He had only heard of Alliance and Cui Dong occasionally mentioning this person. The former did not say too much and only said that he was the best swordsman among the old Shuozai's disciples. The latter gnashed his teeth in anger. A person who betrayed his master and betrayed his sect seemed to have an irreconcilable hatred for his former fellow apprentice. In the end, in Chen Pingon's mind, Zhuo was like a hidden dragon in the clouds, unreachable and unpredictable. The sword cultivator from the orthodox Confucian school waved his hand. "There's nothing for you to do here. Cultivate well in the future and don't let down little Qi's high hopes. If you do badly one day, I might come and make trouble for you." The man hovering in the Jiaolong gully pointed a finger at Chen Pingon. No matter how high your realm is, it's just a matter of one sword strike. To him, it had always been right and proper for a senior brother to teach a junior brother a lesson. Was it reasonable? He was too lazy to think too much about it. Being a senior brother was the principle. At this moment, the sea of clouds suddenly lowered, and a golden Dharma form that was hundreds of feet tall appeared. It was a middle-aged Taoist with a fishtail crown on his head. You are the disciple of the Sage of One, the sword cultivator? I heard that many people recommend you as the best swordsman in the world. Even the inverted mountain and the great wall of sword chi have many admirers. The sword cultivator in green looked up. You sound a little unconvinced. The tall Taoist laughed heartily. I don't care about your swordsmanship. I just don't like you. How about we find a place to have a good fight? The sword cultivator smiled. You stinky cow-nosed Taoist. You're not good at anything, but your luck is better than mine. You have the second Taoist as your master. My master is not good. He only knows how to talk. But my master is not as good as your master. There's one thing he's better than the second Taoist. The old Shiozai has me as his disciple. Including you, there are more than 10 disciples of the second Taoist. The man in green stretched out a finger, raised it high and shook it gently. No. He didn't give up and looked up. For example, you brought out such a big Dharma figure. So what? In front of my sword, it's not enough. Before the man finished speaking, from the sea, huge waves were set off. A majestic sword chi thicker than the whole Osmanthus island soared into the sky in the form of a light column. It broke the golden figure into pieces instantly. The small boat under Chenpingan's feet, which was caught in the crossfire, bobbed up and down with the waves. He turned his head and looked at the snow-white sword chi that was surging like a bowl. Previously, he thought that Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple had broken the wedding dress ghost's curtain of darkness. At this moment, he realized that he was too ignorant. One of the golden body Dharma appearances was broken into pieces, but there was still a bell-like voice that came from the sky. I don't want to take advantage of you. With that guy here, neither of us can fight freely. Why don't we go to the sea area of Fengshan Island? Unknowingly, the old golden flood dragon whose more than 300 chi residences had been filled by the sword chi had lost the chance to keep them from exploding. It turned out that the Daoist Gao who was thousands of miles away had used some kind of magic to reach out a white jade-like finger from the void and touch the forehead of the old golden flood dragon when the golden figure was destroyed by the sword chi. In an instant, the old golden flood dragon withered, and his heart died. From the inside to the outside, most of his body turned into ashes and disappeared. Only a golden robe was left floating on the sea surface, and some half-step immortal items condensed by Yuanying were left. The sword cultivator didn't care about this at all. He just waved his hand and slapped the remains of the old golden flood dragon into Chenpingan's boat. Keep this junk. This trip to the inverted hanging mountain and the great wall of sword chi, good luck. Chenpingan bowed. The swordsman nodded and accepted it calmly. Then, he did not say anything else and rode the wind towards the southwest. After that, he muttered something to himself. His voice lingered in the air. It was unknown whether the swordsman was talking to himself or Chenpingan. Immortality, carefree in the mountains and seas, living in the clouds and drinking dew, and not eating grains, is already an anomaly. Chenpingan silently returned to the small boat and collected the 3 items that the swordsman had thrown at his feet into Flying Sword 15. They were a golden robe, 2 entangled golden dragon whiskers, and a fist-sized pearl. It had a dim luster and was slightly yellow. It was similar to the saying that a person's pearl would turn yellow when they were old. Chenpingan looked around and gradually calmed down. Looking up, It was a sunny day. Chen Pingon rested for a moment. He picked up the bamboo pole with the real sealed seal engraved on it and got up to chase after Osmanthus Island. He felt a little awkward. He hoped that the fairy wouldn't go to the inverted hanging mountain in one go and leave him in the vast sea. Chen Pingon opened his eyes wide and looked into the distance. If it was before, Chen Pingon would think that Osmanthus Island wouldn't do such a thing. But now, Chen Pingon didn't realize that he would have such thoughts. Unknowingly, he was distracted. The sword cultivator who was flying freely and unrestrained by heaven and earth suddenly stopped and looked back at a place where Chen Pingon was destined not to be able to see him. What the man saw was the young man from Dolly. But in his heart, he was thinking of an old friend. That person once said, "I don't want you to be Chen Pingon's Tao protector, and I know that you won't agree. But I, Qi Jingchen, don't have many friends in my life. In the whole world, I can only look for you. I can only look for you." The man felt aggrieved when he thought of this. He sat down cross-legged and hovered above the sea. He clenched his fists and rested them on his knees. His sharp sword aura flowed and the sea water beneath his feet churned violently. But the fog couldn't get close to this sword cultivator. The Qi refinement warriors in the world were all envious of those sword cultivators who were born with amazing talent and were given the title of Khanate sword embryo. But this man learned the sword very late and was never a Khanate sword embryo. So when this man appeared in the Central Plains, he didn't just suppress, but crushed countless senior sword cultivators. He was especially merciless towards those so-called Khanate sword embryos. He mocked them and spread the word. Countless sword cultivators with extraordinary talent had their sword hearts shattered and their Tao severed. So much so that all the young sword cultivators of the Central Plains couldn't help but feel apprehensive after being praised as Khanate sword embryos. They felt that these words were scolding them. This sword cultivator was called Left and Right. No one in the world could surpass Left and Right in terms of swordsmanship. Even though the man was in a daze, his eyes were still as bright as ever. He stared at the young man's clear eyes and felt that he was too similar to the arrogant junior brother he was familiar with when he was young. Relying on the fact that he was smart and was doted on by his teacher, he talked about a set of sage principles that were linked and impeccable. After admitting defeat in the debate, he even added, "I don't think senior brother is sincere in admitting defeat. This is wrong." It was really annoying. He hated the teacher bragging about how good he was at fighting. Then there was Shao Qi, who read extremely fast. The sound of him flipping the pages and the way he reasoned. He only liked the grand occasion when the teacher participated in the debate between the three sects twice. That kind of aura of a teacher who stood aloof from the world and a scholar who was like the sun in the sky. He liked Qi Jingchen. Every time he traveled to the famous mountains and rivers with him, he would climb the mountains and write essays after drinking. It made people feel that no matter how high the mountains were, they couldn't be higher than this person's knowledge. But even today, the old scholar had no way out. He had disappeared into heaven and earth. Shao Qi was no longer in this world. Alliance had also left the world. The man still thought that whether it was the teacher, Shao Qi, or even the seemingly free Alliance, they all lived too tiring lives. They were not as good as him. Because he was never bothered to reason with others. If he couldn't beat them, it was useless to reason with them. If he could beat them, there was no need to reason with them. It was enough to have a sword. The man sighed, stood up, and continued to go to the Wind God Island in the Southwest Sea. He felt that some words were too pretentious, so he was also too lazy to say them. "Little junior brother, you must take a few more looks at this world for Shao Qi. In the future, if you have the chance, go to other worlds and see them all." Shao Qi had never walked out of the world in his life. Among the many disciples of the teacher, he was the one who yearned for the faraway places the most. In the end, he was the one who stayed in the study room and school the most. I know very well how many times Xiao Qi cried in his life. Because he was beaten to tears by me when he was young. There was no other way. I couldn't reason with him, and he couldn't beat me in a fight. Boy, can you imagine your Mr. Qi crying bitterly? The man laughed and unsheathed his sword. The dozens of islands under his feet, no matter how big or small, were all cut into two. The human world was quite boring. Only fighting could make the left and right feel a little more energetic. Between a small boat in a hurry and the slowly moving Osmanthus Island, there was a seriously injured old man waiting for Chen Pingon on the sea. Chen Pingon grinned. It was the old boatman who possessed remarkable abilities. The two of them took the small boat together and swam across the sea. Soon, they arrived at Osmanthus Island and stopped the boat. Madame Gouet stood alone at the ferry with an apologetic face. She said to Chen Pingon, "I will report what happened today to the Fan family's ancestral hall. I will never forget child Chen's life-saving grace." Chen Pingon smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I just saved myself." Madame Gouet was speechless. She sighed and walked side by side with the old man and the young man to the peak of Osmanthus Island. The old boat needed to rest. He said goodbye to Chen Pingon and went to his own residence. Chen Pingon and Madame Gouet walked to the Gouet family's courtyard. Madame Gouet hesitated and explained, "Ma Ji led the troops in the battle to protect Osmanthus Island, so he was injured. He might not be able to accompany you to test the sword in the near future. He asked me to pass on a message, hoping that child Chen will forgive him." Chen Pingon nodded. "Of course Senior Ma's recovery is more important." Madame Gouet was a little helpless. "Now that Osmanthus Island is in a delicate situation, I am not at ease letting outsiders enter this courtyard. Even if it is Jin Su, it is not appropriate. If child Chen does not mind, I will be in charge of the Gouet family's courtyard." Chen Pingon quickly waved his hand. "No need, no need. Just send me 3 meals a day like before." The old man said helplessly, "Moreover, cultivation is bustling. There are many people who can't bear to see others in the limelight." Chen Pingon thought for a while and nodded. "It's like the neighbors who can't bear to see others rich and jealous. It's all the same." The old man sighed and drank a big mouthful of wine. Chen Pingon asked, "What is Osmanthus Island? Can you tell me?" The old man smiled and said, "Why can't I tell you? It's actually Madame Gouet's real body." Chen Pingon was suddenly enlightened. The old man smiled and asked, "Then have you ever thought about what kind of people are on Osmanthus Island?" Chen Pingon probed, "The people on the mountain, Qi refinement warriors." The old man shook his head and said, "Osmanthus Island is a ferry. Who can the passengers on the ferry be?" "They are businessmen." Chen Pingon was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, "Indeed." The old man asked again, "What do businessmen want when they travel the world?" This time, Chen Pingon answered very quickly, "To earn money." The old man drank a mouthful of wine leisurely. "What do you want after earning money?" Chen Pingon smiled and said, "To spend money." The old man sighed and said, "That's right. Working hard to earn money is to spend money and enjoy life. Therefore, one must be alive to spend money. Qi refinement warriors, there are so many schools of thought in the world." Chen Pingon scratched his head and smiled. He began to drink. This time, he drank a little too much and quickly. He simply leaned back and lay comfortably on the roof. "Old senior, I'll tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Can you not spread it? Moreover, if I say it and you hear it, it might be a little troublesome. It's not a good thing." The old man sat cross-legged with his body leaning forward. He shook the wine jar with both hands, and the wine in the jar that was still half full made a splashing sound. The old man smiled and said, "Just say what you want to say. If you don't say something drunk after drinking, it'll be inappropriate. Then why drink? Lad, don't think that I'm much older than you. I'm actually stupid and bold. Moreover, I've lived for so long. If not for the fact that I wanted to see Master, I wouldn't have persevered until today. Besides, there's not much difference whether you say it or not. I was beside you at that time and heard everything clearly. Isn't that why I'm here to cheat you of your drunken words?" Chen Pingan pointed to the sky. "I met a young Taoist master in my hometown in the past. Back then, we were quite close. It's that Lu Qin. In the previous battle, he schemed against me twice. It could also be 3 times. I'll only say that I'm sure of the 2 times. The first time was when I was blessed with good fortune. I couldn't write the words Master of Rain, so I decided to write Lu Qin. The second time was when I was facing the golden-robed old dragon alone. Back then, Chen Pingan placed the sword-nurturing gourd on his stomach and placed his hands under his head as a pillow. That feeling was very strange. It was as if I could see and hear everyone's state of mind, heart lake, and inner thoughts. Just like what you said, old senior, I'm indebted to you. Back then, I realized that 90% of the passengers on Osmanthus Island were apathetic or gloating. They even wanted me to die on the spot. Of course, there was also a lot of jealousy. I couldn't understand why it was like this until you said that this is Osmanthus Island. Everyone here is businessmen. Furthermore, everyone wants to live. When I thought about it, I realized that that's right. I've been living my whole life. That's how I got to where I am today." Chen Pingan grinned. "I have a friend who is a swordsman. He's very impressive. Lu Qin schemed against me, so I tricked him. I purposely asked him to help me pass on my last words. Lu Qin would either ignore his pride and pretend that he didn't hear it. Otherwise, he could only hold his nose and pass on my last words to that friend of mine. Then, he would be beaten up by my friend. When I thought of this scene, I wasn't so afraid of death anymore. There were some things that Chen Pingan didn't dare to say out loud. That was because it involved Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi wanted him to not lose hope in this world no matter what. However, at that time, Chen Pingan was only disappointed in this world. That was probably Lu Chen's real plan. As for what it involved, Chen Pingan only had a vague intuition. At that moment, lying on the roof, Chen Pingan only said in the end, "It's very difficult not to be disappointed in this world." The old man drank his wine and said slowly, "You called the Taoist sect leader by his name and your friend who beat him up. I won't tell you about the shock in my heart. After all, I was a land immortal back then. I still have some dignity. But since you've said those drunken words, then this old man also has some things in his heart that I must tell you." Just as Chen Pingan was about to sit up, the old man turned his head and said with a smile, "Just lie down. No one has listened to your complaints for hundreds of years. You don't have to be so serious." Chen Pingan still sat up and explained, "It's not good to drink while lying down." The old man smiled, hugged the wine jar, and looked at the night view of the sea in the distance. The bright moon was beautiful. The old man said slowly, "Back then, I was also a proud son of God in the eyes of the world. I had a bad temper. If I had met you back then, I might have been one of the few people who disappointed you. Now, my temperament is not the same as before. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here drinking with you. Chen Pingan, the guests on Osmanthus Island, let's not talk about good or bad. To be able to reach this step, as you said, each of them must have their own merits. Besides, it doesn't mean that if you do something right and others don't do it, they are wrong. It doesn't mean that if you do something wrong and others do it, they are also wrong. It's a little complicated. Chen Pingan nodded and said, I understand. The old man gave him a thumbs up and said with a smile, of course, you were right in the previous fight. I can't find any fault with it. It's this. Chen Pingan smiled happily. Being recognized by someone he recognized was really something worth drinking wine for. Therefore, Chen Pingan took a big gulp of wine and then said with a smile, Senior, you are right. I shouldn't judge everyone with my principles. My principles may be right, but they may be wrong. They may be right, but not quite right. There's also a possibility that they are too small. It's a little complicated. Right, Senior? The old man joked, it's very complicated. Chen Pingan pointed to a young man in the distance who reeked of alcohol and shook his head. It seemed that he had really drunk too much. His face was full of undisguised joy and pride. He said with a smile, Senior, I know a lot of amazing people. For example, that extremely powerful sword immortal. I could have called him Senior Brother. I'm also quite powerful, right? The old man nodded and said with a smile, Yes, 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 you are all powerful. Chen Pingan's eyes were hazy. He turned his head and asked in a daze, Senior, you don't seem to be sincere. The old man laughed. No wonder he got along well with this kid. Birds of a feather flock together. The young man fell back drunk and muttered to himself. The old man helped the young man put away the wine jug and inadvertently heard Chen Pingan's drunken words. The old man nodded and stayed by the young man's side for the whole night. At that time, the young man's drunken words were, Mr. Qi, I've thought it through. Don't lose hope in the world. Other than living well, there's actually another layer of meaning. When we show kindness to this world, if we don't receive kindness in return and only receive malice, then being able to not be disappointed is true hope. Mr. Qi, I've thought it through now, but I can't do it for the time being. I've drunk wine, so I'll work hard tomorrow. The old man was actually nearly 500 years old. He had seen countless people, experienced countless things, and heard countless words. He still felt that the young man's words were very chewy. It was just right to drink with wine. 2 jugs were not enough. Inside the blade-strengthening gourd, inside the flying sword 15. There was an introductory Confucian classic that the old drunkard gave to Chen Pingan. The coarse words began to move on their own. Finally, on the title page, rows of brand new words appeared. In order. The first chapter, in order. The second chapter, in order. The third chapter, in order to determine good and evil. The fourth chapter, in combination of knowledge and action. On the bank of a large river in the South Hazuo continent, 2 old men in Confucian robes stood side by side on a large rock cliff. One of them held a bright moon on his shoulder, and the other held a round sun in his hand. The poor old Confucian with a small round sun on his palm smiled and said, Chen Pingan, do you think my last disciple is kind or not? The elegant scholar with a pocket-sized full moon on his shoulder nodded, but didn't open his mouth to agree. The shabby old Confucian could only answer his own question, kind, I think he's very kind. The old man next to him said indifferently, anyway, you're thick-skinned. You can say whatever you want. Now, you're always saying, kind, kind, kind. Is it appropriate? Have you already admitted defeat? Do you think you're wrong and my master is right? The shabby old Confucian shook his head and smiled. Chen Pingan, why are you like this? Didn't Chen Pingan already answer you? You're both surnamed Chin. Naturally, your ability is a little higher for the time being. But in terms of comprehension, forget it. I won't say it. If I say it, I won't have any friends. The elegant old man sneered, I, Chin Pingon, have never been friends with you, the sage of literature. The old Confucian nodded and said, yes, not to mention the difference in seniority, the gap in knowledge is huge. Just as the old man said, I still need to be a little thick-skinned. It was the old man who was the head of the Qin family in Yingyin. If you have something to say, say it. The old Confucian stretched out his hand and handed over the round sun. He stopped joking and said in a heavy tone, I hope I can see you make a move later. The later the better. Chen Pingon put away the round sun and hung it on his shoulder. Then, the sun and the moon shone together. The old man said calmly, it's all the same. The old Confucian sighed, scholars are all the same. Under the heavens, on the top floor of the Beko Keikyung building, which was the center of the world. A young Taoist priest with a lotus crown on his head had one hand behind his back and the other palm facing up. He lowered his head and stared at his palm as he slowly walked on the white jade railing. In the corridor under the railing stood two Ascendant Realm Taoist immortals. They held their breath and were very respectful. They didn't dare to open their mouth and disturb the headmaster's mind. The young Taoist priest withdrew his hand and sighed. His body tilted outwards and fell straight into the sea of clouds outside the Beko Keikyung building. The two Ascendant Realm immortals didn't move at all. They looked at each other and smiled. "267. When Chen Pingon woke up on the roof, he found that he was covered with a piece of clothing and the sword-nurturing gourd was beside him. If it was in the past, Chen Pingon would have jumped off the roof to check the locust wood sword case that was placed on the table last night. But today, Chen Pingon only slowly put away the clothing and folded it carefully. He was not in a hurry because he believed that the wooden case was there. Chen Pingon believed in the old boat. Chen Pingon fastened the sword-nurturing gourd to his waist and sat cross-legged. He turned his head to look to the east. The morning glow was bright like silk. Compared to Chen Pingon's state of mind when he left Jiao Long Gully to chase after Osmanthus Island, the difference was like heaven and earth. One was restless and erratic, while the other had a horse hitching post in his heart. Chen Pingon stood up and covered his eyes with his hands, admiring the scene of the morning glow. He had once read in a travel book about mountains and rivers that the morning glow would scatter and shame the clothes rack. He really didn't know how scholars could come up with such a beautiful image. Chen Pingon suddenly turned his head to look outside the small courtyard. There was a young girl dressed in osmanthus flower attire. She was standing under an osmanthus tree with sparse shade. She was bored to death. She raised her head to look at an osmanthus leaf and pointed at it. She was probably guessing the number of leaves. Chen Pingon followed her line of sight and looked carefully. He grinned and said loudly, "Miss, there are 32 leaves." The young girl blankly turned her head. When she saw the little sword celestial on the roof carrying a case, her cheeks turned red. It seemed that the morning glow in the sky would also favor some beauties. Osmanthus flower celestial, who was discovered to be lazy, held back her shyness and asked, "Does young master want to eat breakfast now?" Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Okay, I'll have to trouble miss to bring more. I'm hungry." Osmanthus flower celestial blinked her eyes. The figure floated down to the small courtyard and disappeared without a trace. The young girl's mood suddenly became better. A few days ago, although this little sword celestial was polite, she was still very afraid. She always felt that if she did something wrong or made a mistake, even if he would definitely not complain to Aunt Gue, she would definitely be remembered by him. So she was a little afraid of him. He had told her not to see anyone, so she obediently blocked many visitors. She braced herself to reject group after group of immortals on the mountain. She did not know how many supercilious and disdainful looks she received. After eating breakfast, Chen Pingan began to practice his fist in the courtyard. He spent the morning practicing the mountain-quaking fist. In the afternoon, he practiced the sword alone. It was still an illusion that he was holding the sword. His main attack was the avalanche style. This was because Chen Pingan felt that this sword technique was very carefree. After reaching the fourth realm, his spiritual qi began to be restrained. The 6 steps of the mountain-quaking stance looked light as a feather, like a swan stepping on snow and mud. However, every subtle and hurried pause, the fist intent and gang qi poured out especially quickly. When he turned to sword practice, Chen Pingan realized that the qi flow of both sides was completely different. However, the meaning was similar. This made Chen Pingan feel more at ease. This was because he realized that diligent practice of the fist was cultivation. Moreover, one could cultivate many paths. When Li Shixing was drawing talismans in front of the bamboo house in Luopa Mountain, he said that drawing talismans was cultivation. Alliance was beaten down to the mortal world with one punch. On the Kuan boat, he also said that the extreme of fist practice was sword practice. In that case, Chen Pingan would continue walking down the path of the fourth realm of the martial Tao. Previously, Chen Pingan felt as though he was walking in the void, unable to make sense of it. Now, he was much more determined. At night, Chen Pingan practiced the sword furnace stance. When it was time for supper, Lady Gui did not let the young Lady Gui Hua come out. The woman personally brought the food box. This Aunt Gui seemed to have a lot on her mind and did not know how to open her mouth. Chen Pingan was the first to speak. Aunt Gui, this time I helped Fan Xian protect Osmanthus Island. Can you help me send a message to him by flying sword? Tell him that I like this Gui family courtyard very much and that it will belong to me in the future. Aunt Gui, I feel that Fan Xian will not be too stingy, but the elders of the Fan family will most likely not agree. When the time comes, can you help me talk to them? Aunt Gui was full of suspicion. She looked at the young man carefully. His expression did not seem to be fake. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. She smiled and said, if the Fan family ancestral hall dares to not agree, then Aunt Gui will drag Fan Xian along to cry out for justice. One of them will curse in the streets, and the other will roll around on the ground. Aunt Gui sat beside Chen Pingan and watched him wolf down his food. She seemed to be amused by herself. She covered her mouth and laughed. A small courtyard on Osmanthus Island is something that has never happened before. Aunt Gui will personally draw up a land deed. According to the rules of the Yamen, there will be 2 copies. We will first sign it and act first and report later. When the time comes, let Fan Xian throw it into the ancestral hall and run away. Who cares if those old men are willing or not? Chen Pingan smiled. Aunt Gui, there is no need for a land deed. I do not need it with you. Aunt Gui stared into the young man's eyes. You really do not need it. Chen Pingan looked at her and nodded. Yes. The woman sighed softly. Suddenly, she pulled the young man into her embrace. This Madame Gui, who had an ordinary appearance but a graceful bearing, laughed softly. Although you are about the same age as Fan Xian, that time when you picked up the bamboo and went boating, you were heroic. Today, you are like this. Sigh, the hearts of all the women in the world are about to melt. Chen Pingan was still holding his chopsticks. His body was crooked, and he looked a little like the old willow tree with a crooked neck by the Iron Fu River. He did not think too much about it. He only felt that Madame Gui was praising him, but what was so good about him? Chen Pingan really did not understand. Especially when it came to whether a woman's heart would melt or not. What was so particular about it? Was it another example of a scholar? Moreover, Aunt Gui's way of expressing her friendliness and kindness was indeed a little inappropriate. She seemed to be detached from the world, as if she was stopping a middle-aged man from docking. Madame Gui was the owner of this small world on Osmanthus Island. Naturally, she knew that the two of them were close and did not want to be entangled with them. She spoke sternly and said angrily to the middle-aged man with a dull expression, "Hurry up and leave. If you want to chat, go to the sea. Don't even think about setting foot on Osmanthus Island. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death." The middle-aged man with a simple appearance was the boatman who was rowing the boat beside the swordsman. He should also be the teacher of the old man beside Chen Pingon. The middle-aged man was a taciturn man, but this Madame Gui at the ferry port was his Achilles' heel. Seeing this woman was so unreasonable, and it was the first time she was so fierce to him, the simple and honest man felt that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, and that life was so boring. Therefore, he was also anxious. Throwing away the bamboo pole, he repeatedly stamped his feet and howled, "Ma, ma. Wasn't it because I was deeply hurt after being rejected by you that time? After getting drunk, I secretly went to hug the osmanthus tree a few times. That's also because I couldn't control myself. It's pardonable. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Even my husband says that I'm honest." Madame Gui was so angry that she sneered, "Yo, your plan is linked. First, you use emotions, then reason, and finally, you use your backer. You are so good. Who taught you this set of words?" The courage that the man had gathered with great difficulty was all gone. He said in a low voice, "Shao Qi from the Shengui zone." Madame Gui stretched out her hand and scolded angrily, "You are a man. Do you have any sense of responsibility and loyalty? Qizhen helped you to come up with a plan, and you betrayed him like this. You did not even hesitate. Get lost." The middle-aged man looked as if he had been punished by the heavens. He sat down on the boat and shook his hands and feet. He shouted, "How can I live? Life is meaningless." Old boatman stopped in his tracks, unwilling to take another step forward. He covered his face with his hands and refused to look at his master. His master was so deranged that it was a great humiliation for him to be a disciple. The old boat suddenly turned around, "Let's go, let's go. If I continue to look, my broken heart, even if I was lucky and was not broken by Lao Jiao, I will have to return it to my master." The man shouted at the old boat, "Little bucket, why didn't you greet your master when you saw him?" Old Boat Z, whose childhood nickname had been exposed, stopped in his tracks and sighed. But after turning around, he resolutely refused to look at his master. With lightning speed, he bowed and said, "Long live master. This disciple bids farewell." Then he hurriedly ran up the mountain. Chen Pingon walked all the way to Madame Gui's side. The man nodded. Chen Pingon still lowered his voice and said, "Madame Gui's temperament is naturally very good. But her appearance shouldn't be considered too outstanding, right? Tell me the story between the two of you. Why did you like her in the beginning? Why did she dislike you? How does it count as liking someone? How do you break up and get back together? How did you offend Madame Gui? I want to take this as a warning. Oh no, I want to say that I will help you come up with a plan. You don't know, but I know many ladies. I am very knowledgeable about love between a man and a woman." The man rolled his eyes and said, "Liking someone, if you can talk about so many things, how can it count as liking someone? It is so boring to talk to a vulgar person like you. Xiao Shui Bao must be blind to be willing to drink with you." Chinpingon clenched his teeth. The man suddenly stretched out his hand and pounded his chest as he vowed, also, in my heart, Madame Gouet is a devastatingly beautiful woman. No one in the world can compare to her. You better be careful when you speak next time. If you dare to speak ill of her again, I will beat you until you become an idiot with a bamboo pole. The man spat at Chinpingon and said, "What kind of taste is that? You can't see anything beautiful or ugly." The middle-aged boatman used the bamboo pole to turn the boat around and left by himself. In an instant, he was thousands of feet away. Chinpingon patted his chest and happily called out to Aunt Gouet. "Let's go. I asked for a secret manual from the old senior's master." Chinpingon did not forget to put in a good word for the middle-aged man. He is a generous man. Just that he is a little too honest. Madame Gouet nodded and smiled, and just that his appearance is not too outstanding. Chinpingon swallowed his saliva and stiffly turned his head to look at the man and the boat that had already disappeared. That man was really not kind. Madame Gouet patted the young man's head lightly. Obviously, she was not really angry. She said gently, "What are you looking at? Let's go." The two of them walked side by side along the mountain path. Madame Gouet casually asked, "We will reach our destination in another month. Chinpingon, do you know anyone in Inverted Hanging Mountain? If not, it will be troublesome to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Our Fan family and Osmanthus Island's reputation is not very useful there. Also, in Inverted Hanging Mountain, there are some things that cannot be done even if you have money. Because..." At this point, Madame Gouet paused and said helplessly, "That Taoist number 2 has set some strange rules. For thousands of years, no one has been able to cross the line." Chinpingon did not believe her, never. Not a single person. Madame Gouet sighed and said, "Many people have tried it in history. After that, their corpses and divine souls were thrown into a small thunder lake in the inverted mountain by a Taoist great heavenly lord. Among those people, almost all of them were the best cultivation geniuses. They were the descendants of the 9 continents' rich families, the sex immortal families, and the masters of the 100 schools of thought. None of them had a good ending. No one could change the Taoists' decision. It seemed that when the golden body Dharma form appeared at Flood Dragon Gully, the Taoist's real body in Inverted Hanging Mountain also used a special ability to isolate heaven and earth so that Osmanthus Island would not be able to see the truth. Chinpingon was very worried. He roughly described that Taoist's appearance. Madame Gouet was shocked. "How do you know this great heavenly lord of Inverted Hanging Mountain?" Chinpingon grimaced and smiled bitterly. At this moment, a white rainbow cut across the night sky and flew over Osmanthus Island. He said, "Everyone on Osmanthus Island who climbs Inverted Hanging Mountain will not have to pay a toll. If anyone wants to go through Inverted Hanging Mountain to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, they will also not have to pay a toll." Chinpingon suddenly raised his arm and clenched his fist. He laughed heartily. He won. A month later, the passengers on Osmanthus Island could already see the majestic outline of Inverted Hanging Mountain from afar. Above the sea, there were all kinds of cross-continent ferries at intervals. It was a spectacular sight. As time passed, Inverted Hanging Mountain became more and more majestic. With Lady Gouet's agreement, Chinpingon sneaked out of the Gouet courtyard before the sun rose. He sat on the branches of the osmanthus tree at the peak of the mountain, swinging his legs as he tried his best to look up. He heard that Inverted Hanging Mountain was the border between 2 worlds. He, Chinpingon, was a pure martial artist. He was not a long-travel grandmaster who could control the wind. He could only walk step by step or take a ferry. From the northernmost dolly of Aquarius continent to the southernmost Old Dragon City, it was already so far. If he walked from one world to another, it would sound very, very far away. Chen Pingon sat on the branch and laughed as he casually punched out. His body was swaying left and right. Under the tree, there was a young lady who came to the peak of the mountain early in the morning. She sighed and muttered, "I still feel that this fellow is stupid." If this happened in the marketplace, it would be a capital offense that would end one's family line. The ashen-faced old man Yao didn't say anything and sent dozens of strong young men to chase after that bastard. Chen Pingon, who was familiar with the mountain roads, was naturally among them. 2 days later, the sissy was tied up and brought back to the dragon kiln. Old man Yao broke his arms and legs on the spot. He was beaten until his skin and flesh were lacerated and his bones were exposed. The people who found him were the men he usually flattered the most. No one sympathized with this man who made a big mistake. Even if they did, they didn't dare to show it on their faces. After all, old man Yao was almost never this angry. Before his arms and legs were broken, the sissy was so scared that he peed his pants. After being pressed to the ground, his whole body trembled. Then, he was hit with a stick. His heart was torn and his lungs were torn. His face was covered with snot and tears. After that, he was hit with a stick. The sissy was like a living fish on a chopping board. The sissy was a sissy. He fainted in the end. From beginning to end, he didn't have the least bit of a man's backbone. In the end, the sissy wasn't beaten to death. After lying in bed for half a year, he stubbornly survived. During this time, many of the kiln's apprentices took care of him. Chen Pingon was no exception. Many people weren't happy with this hard work and looked for Chen Pingon to do it. Chen Pingon was the easiest to talk to in the dragon kiln. In the end, it was Chen Pingon, who the sissy disliked the most, who took care of him the most. However, the two didn't talk all day long. In the end, they didn't like each other. Chen Pingon just picked herbs and boiled them every day. The sissy would occasionally be lost in thought. He would stare blankly at the old window paper that had turned white after being exposed to the wind and rain. Perhaps he was thinking about the day when he could work in the fields. He must take advantage of the time between work to replace the new and beautiful window paper, bright red. However, the sissy, who had clearly survived a great disaster, gritted his teeth and walked back to the world of the living from the gates of hell. In the end, he still died. He died with a single sentence. It was an unintentional remark from a kiln worker. At that time, Chen Pingon was boiling medicine at the door with his back to the kiln worker and the sissy. The former laughed and said, "Sissy, your clothes were tattered that day, revealing your white buttocks. You really look like a girl." At that time, Chen Pingon didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. The words that the men of the dragon kiln used to scold the sissy were much more vicious and ruthless. Sissy almost never quarreled with others, because he didn't dare to. Most likely, he would only grumble behind someone's back, "You dare to scold me? Believe it or not, I'll blow up the graves of your ancestors." In the end, after such a casual remark, the sissy, who could already sit up on his own, chatted a lot with Chen Pingon for the first time that day. Most of the time, it was him talking. The taciturn Chen Pingon patiently listened. When they talked about window paper, Chen Pingon sincerely praised him for cutting the window paper well. He laughed. Then that night, a sissy, whose courage was smaller than a needle's eye, actually used a pair of scissors to pierce his own throat. He didn't forget to cover himself with a blanket so that people wouldn't enter the room and see his dead state. No one even dared to carry the corpse out. It was too horrifying and unlucky. Fortunately, Chen Pingon was used to seeing life and death around him. He didn't pay attention to these things. He dragged Lu Xianyang along and busied himself. During this time, he didn't feel too sad, nor did he have any enlightenment. Only when he was guarding the coffin, Chen Pingan sat alone in the empty and gloomy mourning hall. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. He sat beside the stove and muttered, "Since I don't like being a man in this life, then I'll reincarnate as a woman in my next life." Actually, when they were chatting that day, the sissy asked Chen Pingan why he was the first to find him, but still let him go. He pointed out a small path that led deeper into the mountain. Chen Pingan said, "I'm afraid you'll be captured and beaten to death by old man Yao. At that time, with your little courage, you'll become a malicious spirit. No one will dare to take revenge on you. You'll only dare to take revenge on me." At that time, the sissy laughed very happily. Actually, even now that Chen Pingan thought about it, when the sissy laughed, he still looked quite ugly. But he really couldn't bring himself to hate him. Under the osmanthus tree, the beautiful, young woman was already fuming with anger. Being stared at by this guy, she, or more accurately, he, if not for the fear of hurting the osmanthus tree and causing unnecessary trouble, he would have already taken out his 2 life-source flying swords and stabbed this guy with a pair of dog eyes to death. After Chen Pingan regained his senses, he also realized his rudeness. He cupped his hands and apologized, "Sorry, I was a little distracted." That person narrowed his peach blossom eyes that seemed to be hanging in the spring light. He stretched out 2 fingers and poked at Chen Pingan, then slightly bent them. The provocation was extremely strong. Chen Pingan no longer just turned his head. He simply turned around and patted the empty spot beside him. He smiled and said, "As an apology, I can promise you on behalf of Madame Gue that you can enjoy the scenery of the inverted mountain here." He put his hands behind his back and raised his charming face. He smiled and said, "You like men. Or as long as it's good-looking, both men and women will like it." Chen Pingan felt a headache. He shook his head vigorously to show his innocence. Of course, he only liked girls. And he only liked one girl. Near the hands of the person under the osmanthus tree, a golden and a snow-white sword chi appeared. They were extremely fine and almost invisible. Obviously, if there was a disagreement, he would kill with his flying sword. Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment and smiled, "You might be even angrier if I say it, but you look very good wearing it like this." Chen Pingan placed his hands on the tree branch. His eyes were clear. "These are my heartfelt words." It was a man, but the one dressed as a woman frowned. He silently left. He did not leave the mountain peak. Instead, he stood near the railing of the observation platform and looked into the distance. Chen Pingan jumped down from the branch and shouted to his back, "I'm leaving. If you want to go to the osmanthus tree to enjoy the scenery, it's best that there are fewer people now." Then, the ghost in white, who was aggressive in the city god temple of colorful clothes nation, saw Madame Gue of the nascent soul realm, old Josie who had fallen from the earth immortal realm to the golden core realm, Ma Ji who was a sword cultivator of the golden core realm, and an enemy, Chen Pingan. If the ghost was not already dead, her soul would have been scattered again. In the end, with the help of the fake saint, Madame Gue of the small world of Osmanthus Island, the ghost swore a soul oath to be loyal to Chen Pingan for 60 years. As a reward, she could walk out of the talisman paper that would lose its soul bit by bit without spiritual energy and live in the scholar tree sword case. This was because ancient scholar trees had always been known as the scholar tree house. Not only did the spirits of plants prefer scholar trees that were more than 1,000 years old, otherworldly items and ghosts were also like this. Previously, when they were close to the inverted mountain, old Josie suddenly found Chen Pingan and brought him to the ferry at the foot of Osmanthus Island. When Chen Pingan arrived there, he found a young flood dragon climbing on the ferry. Its head was on the shore and most of its body was submerged in the sea. It looked at Chin Pingan with eyes full of curiosity and gratitude. Old Josie squatted on the shore and said in amazement, "This poor little guy, if it were us, it would only be 6 or 7 years old." Madame Gouet did not want to make things difficult for this innocent little guy, so she only left the Dragon King's basket and set it free. Unexpectedly, it seemed to have no home and soon caught up with Osmanthus Island. However, it did not dare to get too close. It whimpered all night and wandered around Osmanthus Island. Now that we are getting closer and closer to the inverted mountain, the little guy probably knows that it will definitely die if it goes any further. Even during the day, it is howling very loudly. If not for Madame Gouet who took pity on it and helped it conceal its chi activity, I am afraid that it would have been skinned alive by those chi refinement warriors on the mountain. In the end, old Josie smiled and said, "Chin Pingan, it seems to have made a special trip to find you, but I don't know if it is to repay your kindness or to take revenge. Although it is still very young, the flood dragon is cold-blooded and cunning by nature. It is hard to say." Chin Pingan did not say anything. He took out an ordinary snake gall stone and threw it to the young flood dragon. After it swallowed it instinctively, its eyes seemed to be in a daze. Chin Pingan waved his hand and motioned for it to go back. The young flood dragon twisted its body and returned to the sea. It whimpered softly and was still unwilling to leave the sea area of Osmanthus Island. Chin Pingan thought for a while and threw a large handful of ordinary snake gall stones into the sea. The young flood dragon rolled crazily and splashed huge waves. It swallowed the gall stones that were delicious to it. Chin Pingan finally stood at the ferry and said to it, "Cultivate well in the future. You have received my kindness today. If you like to harm people like that old flood dragon, I will kill you with one punch." The young flood dragon swam back to the side of the ferry. Its head was above the shore of the ferry. It opened its eyes wide as if it wanted to remember Chin Pingan's face. After a while, it leaned back and returned to the sea. Old Josie was used to seeing storms and said with emotion, "You are kind and have good karma. But things in the world are unpredictable. Good karma may not have good results." Chin Pingan's eyes were indifferent. He looked at the surface of the sea where the starlight was like gold and silver. He said softly, "If it is a bad karma, then I will kill it with my sword." "Why are you angry?" "There's no need." The little girl crossed her arms in front of her chest, panting with anger. Cui Dongshan turned his head and looked at the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. "In the future, you may make a very good friend and grow up with her. Then one day, when she gets married, she will like her husband more. You may meet a Mr. Qi better than Qi Jingchen, and then one day, you will feel that Mr. Qi's knowledge is not the greatest. You may meet a good young man in the future, even better than your youngest uncle. Then you will find that the sadness and sadness now are just like this. When the time comes, you will drink 1 or 2 mouthfuls of wine and it will be gone." Cui Dongshan suddenly turned his head and said in surprise, "Little Bao Ping, you didn't refute me. If you don't speak, I won't have any words to say." The little girl wrinkled her beautiful little face. "I'm busy being sad." Cui Dongshan laughed and fell backward, lying on his side on a slender branch. He supported his head with one hand and stared at the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket. Perhaps one day, the little girl would grow taller and taller. Her round little face would become thinner and her chin would become sharper. Her eyes would still be so moist, clean and lively. She would still wear red clothes, and she would still be able to ride her horse by the lakeside, and she would still be able to drink wine in the mountains and rivers. She would probably also encounter happy events and sad people, right? Cui Dongshan sighed. He was a little worried. If such a good girl really fell in love with his teacher one day, it would be very worrying. But if one day, she didn't like his teacher the most, it seemed that it would be even more regretful. Cui Dongshan turned sideways, closed his eyes, and began to sleep, crossing his legs. As for those people who met by chance and lost their hearts, even if Cui Dongshan was just a young man now, those frustrations and experiences were accumulated in his heart, no less than those of the Dali imperial tutor Cui Dong. There was something he didn't tell the little girl. He, Cui Dong, old Cui Dong, Zwa Zwa, Mao Xiaodong, and even Qi Jingchen, grew up little by little under the shelter of the old scholar. But in the end, everyone hoped to walk out of that incomparably big shelter. Those who walked out were better, but those who couldn't, their hearts would slowly change. Not far away, the little girl in red put away the wooden tablet and carefully took out a picture scroll from her arms. On the scroll, there was a young man standing under the osmanthus tree, smiling at her. The little girl was no longer worried, and her face was full of smiles. She said cheerfully, "Young martial uncle who learned how to drink is so handsome. When I grow up, I must let young martial uncle take me to Jianghu." The more the little girl thought, the more excited she became. She turned her head and asked loudly, "Cui Dongshan, is it difficult to drink?" Cui Dongshan decisively refused, "You can't drink." Li Baoping said angrily, "Why?" Cui Dongshan said bitterly, "Teacher can't bear to scold you, but will directly kill me." Li Baoping sighed, shook her head, and said with pity, "So pitiful." Cui Dongshan glanced at the smiling little girl, "Little Baoping, when you comfort people in the future, please put away the gloating smile on your face." Li Baoping made a gesture of holding a seal. Cui Dongshan sighed and muttered, "Good intentions don't pay off." Between the inverted mountain and the sea, there was a river that looked like water and clouds hanging in the air, so that all the fairies could climb the mountain. Many fairies that could ride the wind needed to descend to the sea first, and couldn't directly approach the inverted mountain. Osmanthus Island stopped for a moment at the ferry at the bottom of a river. They just symbolically handed over the elixir letter, which was similar to a customs clearance certificate, and did not pay the exorbitant toll. They began to walk along the upward-sloping river to the inverted mountain. The inverted mountain had a radius of 100 miles. As a lonely peak in the human world, it could be said to have a vast territory. There was a tall Taoist with a face like a middle-aged man standing on the edge of a cliff. Behind him stood a thin old Taoist with a sage-like demeanor. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand, and the golden and silver threads were full of the whiskers of flood dragons. The old Taoist asked softly, "Master, do you need me to destroy Osmanthus Island?" The tall Taoist smiled and said, "What's there to be ashamed of? I'm not your grandmaster, who has never lost in his life." While the great Lord of Heaven was talking to Qingming Tian, there was once a Taoist priest who was punched from the heavens beyond the heavens into the mortal world under the heavens. The latter ran all the way to Qin Pingan and asked a series of questions. "Child Qin, where do you live on the inverted mountain? Do you have a place to meet? If not, why don't you go to my place? My family has a house here, near a place called Jingjian Pavilion. It is said that the house is quite big. I have always wanted to thank you, why don't you give me a chance?" Chen Pingan shook his head and smiled, "No need, Osmanthus Island has already arranged for me. Stay at the Stork Inn." The young man from the northern snowy mountain continent was disappointed, but he was still unwilling to give up. "If that's the case, can I look for you to play later? This is my first time here, I want to walk around. Let's go together." Chen Pingan was stunned. The old woman said helplessly, "Young master, we just met by chance. It is unreasonable for you to be so intimate. Not to mention that Child Chin doesn't dare to agree, even if it was me, I wouldn't agree. Chen Pingan smiled and didn't say anything. The young man's expression dimmed. All right, Child Chin, I live in the Yuan Ruan residence. If you are free, you can look for me. Just say that you are looking for Lu Yuzhou, he is my friend. Chen Pingan nodded, that's not a problem. Chen Pingan, Lu Yuzhou, and the old woman turned their heads at the same time. A beautiful woman was standing near the three of them. She looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. The old woman's face was full of smiles, like a withered tree in spring. She asked with a pleasant expression, "Little immortal master, do you have any difficulties?" However, he ignored the old woman and stared at Chen Pingan. He said, "Hey, can you lend me a grain of money? I will return you 3 to 5 in the future." Chen Pingan handed over a grain of money. That person took it and left with a smile. The young man, Lu Yuzhou, said softly, "Child Chin, is he your friend?" Chen Pingan shook his head, "I don't know him." Lu Yuzhou was surprised, "Then why did you lend him money? Do you know that the beautiful ladies in the world are the best at deceiving people?" "Child Chin, allow me to say one more thing. A grain of money, no matter how little it is, you can't roam the Jianghu like this." Chen Pingan grimaced and left. A grain of money is little. A beautiful lady. The old woman couldn't help but laugh. "Young master, didn't you see that the beautiful lady was actually a man?" Lu Yuzhou was dumbstruck. He said softly, "I was just peeking at the lady's face and figure. I didn't dare to look too much." The old woman could only refute, "Young master, he is not a lady." Lu Yuzhou waved his sleeves and strode forward, "He looks so good, I will treat him as a lady." Chen Pingan didn't rush to the Stork Tavern. Instead, he followed a group of people to the nearby pavilion. When Chen Pingan approached the overcrowded pavilion, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He felt that the pavilion didn't live up to its name. The pavilion was extremely small, not even as big as the Mountain River Pavilion of Sword Saint Song's home in Colorful Robes Nation. There were already more than 100 people inside and outside the pavilion. Chen Pingan took back the blade-strengthening gourd and pinned it to his waist. He said helplessly, "Don't do this kind of thing again in the future." He rolled his eyes at Chen Pingan, boring. "I'll go play with the fairies." Chen Pingan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he bid farewell and left. That person glanced at Chen Pingan's receding figure and muttered, "He's too serious. He's actually not pretending. Could it be that he's a little teacher taught by some family's old master?" A handsome man nearby struck up a conversation, "Miss, are you enjoying the scenery alone?" He chuckled and said, "Ah, your uncle, I went to a brothel with your mother." The man with the dignified appearance quickly waved his hand, indicating that the retainer beside him should not act rashly. Finally, he smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up, "I like this girl's personality." He left the catch-release pavilion directly, hesitating on whether to go to the Jingjian pavilion or the Shangxiang pavilion first. The man looked at the beauty with the ribbon around her waist and sighed, "Only on the mountain can there be such a beautiful girl. Cultivation is good. No matter how beautiful a girl at the foot of the mountain is, she only has a short 10 to 20 years. Your Majesty, we can head to the Lei Zhe Tower now." "Don't let the imperial advisor wait for too long," one of his personal retainers reminded him softly in the language of the Central Plains. The man nodded and smiled, "Go quickly." The man who was addressed as Your Majesty, and the retainer didn't seem to think that it was right for an emperor to let the imperial tutor wait. The group hurried to the Lei Zhe Tower. The Lei Zhe Tower was a platform with 99 steps. It looked like a giant bowl of dew, and the lightning within it was thick and viscous. Rumor had it that the second brother of the Daoist sect had used his supreme divine power to scoop up a handful of water from the ancient Thunder Lake that had only been recorded in written records and then placed it on the inverted mountain. Every time the great heavenly lord, a direct disciple of the Daoist sect, killed various immortals and demons who did not abide by the rules, he would imprison their souls here. The Lei Tower was sealed today, and no one was allowed to come close. At this moment, there was only one person who was tall. He bent his knees and half-squatted beside the Lei at the highest point. His elbows were on his knees, and his chin was on his arms. A sheathless long sword was suspended in the Lei, and half of it was exposed. When the long sword entered the Lei, the entire Lei tower boiled. This person was probably refining the sword. An old Taoist holding a horsetail whisk stood at the bottom of the platform. He smiled warmly, and his face was full of pride. As the third in command of the inverted mountain, the old Taoist was the natural enemy of all the dragons in the southern sea. There was a gate that imitated the immortal ascension platform in ancient times. If one wore a jade token with the word Horizon, one could visit it nearby. Now, the 13th level of the Ascension realm was like the 10th level of a pure martial artist. It was the limit of the human world. After that, it was the second level that was lost. In the ancient times when the sage of Dao walked around and helped the common people, it seemed that there were many immortal ascension platforms in the world. It was easy for chi cultivators to ascend. They could ascend in the daytime, raise the clouds, ride dragons, or ride cranes. In the sky, there would be fairies scattering flowers, colorful clouds, and colorful lights overflowing. It was fascinating. Chen Pingon and Jin Su agreed on the time to set off tomorrow morning. Then, he left the inn alone and went to the foot of the lonely peak where the great Lord of Heaven cultivated. Chen Pingon pondered about 9 places along the way. Catch and Release Pavilion, Worship Sword Pavilion, Shangxiang House, Thunder Terrace, Lingji House, Dharma Glabella Hall, Saber Room, Elk Cliff, and the Lonely Peak. The number was the same as the Xiong Town Tower, 9. Maybe it was also a formation that the sage used to suppress fate. At the foot of the lone peak, there was a divine path that could allow 3 carriages to travel side by side. Not far away, there was a square made of white jade. Outside the square, there was only an iron chain railing. It was less than 2 feet high, and anyone could step over it. In the middle of the square, there were 2 white jade pillars that were more than 100 feet high. In the middle of the pillars, there were ripples on the surface of the water that was as calm as a mirror. There were not many people in the square. There were only 20 to 30 people. Regardless of age, gender, or age, they all had a jade token with the word Ya on their waists. Many naughty children passed through the square and ran around, playing with each other. There was no Taoist in charge of guarding the square. Chen Pingon hesitated for a moment and carefully stepped over the railing. There was no movement. Then, he was slightly relieved and slowly walked to the 2 pillars. Chen Pingon found that with every step he took, there would be flowing lights under his feet. When he looked up, he found a little Taoist boy in a loose Taoist robe sitting on a futon next to one of the pillars. He was reading a book. If there were children of similar age to him, the little Taoist boy with a fishtail crown on his head would wave his sleeves and the children would float away as if they were riding on clouds. The children were never tired of it, and the little Taoist boy was never annoyed and kept waving his sleeves. Chen Pingon did not dare to imitate the children and break into the mirror without permission. Instead, he walked around the big pillar and found that there was a small pillar next to the big pillar. Jing Dafeng made an "oh" sound, his face expressionless. The old man mistakenly thought that this martial arts grandmaster of the 10 realms did not take it to heart. He let out a sigh of relief. Jing Dafeng waved his hand, indicating that the old man could leave. The man sat on the threshold and did not say anything else. The women and young girls in the medicine shop had sharp intuition. They all sensed that the atmosphere at the door was strange. For a moment, no one dared to make a ruckus. They even dared not to jest with the shopkeeper. The man said, "Haha, this time I really don't have to pay back the money." But in reality, there was not a hint of a smile on his face. He looked at a shadow in the alley. "I don't trust the Fan family. I don't trust their character or ability. Old Chow, you personally go and investigate. I'll wait for your news." Jing Dafeng stood up and waited patiently. In Old Dragon City, the wind rises at the end of the green duckweed. In the night of the inverted mountain. In the square, other than the little Daoist boy who continued to flip through the book and the man holding the sword who was no longer sleepy at night, there was no one else. From the mirror behind the 2 large pillars, a valiant and formidable-looking young girl suddenly walked out. She had a long sword at her waist. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.